Okay, thank you for participating. If we were in the classroom, I would ask you to report back to the larger group. I would also ask you, how would you take that activity into your teaching or into your professional practice? Not only the activity, but the underlying message, which was including students' voices more in the classroom, perhaps including them a little bit more than we do now. So I ask myself, how can I include my students more? How can I acknowledge them? How can I involve them in some decision making? How can I give them some ownership over their learning? How can I encourage them? How can I uplift them? Did I even acknowledge them today? Did I focus on their needs, or was I only focused on my needs and covering the agenda? So I hope you ask yourself these questions as well as you interact with your students. We forget how much power we have as teachers and trainers. Small comments, small actions can uplift our students, or they can bring our students down. So we forget how much power we have as teachers and trainers. So I hope that is a takeaway for you, and I hope you have a great day 3. I'd like to introduce Prof. Michael. Prof, can you come to the stage while I read this impressive bio? Prof. Michael is a distinguished scholar in economics education and a National Research Foundation rated researcher in flipped instructional design. I'm also interested in the flipped classroom at the University of South Africa. With over 33 years of experience as a professional educator, he holds multiple academic qualifications, including a PhD in curriculum studies, a master's and honors in curriculum and leadership, a BA in economics, and several diplomas and certificates in education and financial management. Prof is internationally recognized for his work in digital pedagogy, artificial intelligence, and flipped learning environments. He has published 156 peer-reviewed articles in high-impact journals. Impressive. Supervised over 43 PhD studies, 47 master degree studies, and several bachelor honors postgraduate students, and delivered 19 keynote addresses globally. Let's give a clap. His scholarly contributions have earned him prestigious awards such as the Chancellor Award for Excellence in Research, the International Award for Excellence in Research, that's UNISA and University of Chicago, and the Medal of Honor in Education by the Education Association of South Africa for his outstanding contribution to teacher education. He is the author of 2 acclaimed books, Technology for Learning 2024 and AI Smart-Enabled Architecture and Infrastructure for Higher Education, recognized by the USA Forbes Technology Council for their impact and quality. Let's give a warm round of applause for Prof. And I'm looking for the clicker, remote clicker for Prof. And you have 30 minutes.
First of all, good morning. As a qualified teacher, I always greet my students online. Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you sleep well. I think you're excited now. I wrote down my takeaways from this conference. One of my big takeaways or things that we need to include it in the next conference is student voices. Student voices give the students the opportunity also to stand on this platform. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction of myself. I must stay humbled because I have a particular purpose to fulfill in my life. As a retired professor, currently my work is on flipped learning, Flip Pedagogy. I teach for the last 19 years, fully online. It's an honor for me. That's why I decided to come here to see face-to-face. Because on face-to-face, you get much easier repertoire to see. You can see my presentation on the screen. So as a teacher, I'm not used to stand much here because I use a roaming mic and a speaker when I speak online. So I have a green room. It's like a green room at my house. So I move around. So students think I'm in a real classroom. So in my green room, I move as my high density camera at the back moved with me because we have. So the two is not talking to each other. So can I have a mic, please? The mic will be much better to roam around because. So first of all, we need to reimagine the Tvet college curricula. That's very important. I want to stress it here. And because of artificial intelligence, which have a major impact. Now, how did I get involved in the? So how did I get involved in the Tvet space? I'm qualified as a plumber. That's for you now. Wow. You can move from a plumber to a professor. So in my book, my book that I published 3 years ago, From a Plumber to a Professor, a roller coaster ride. So I started off as a plumber. I could not go to university. My results was too bad to do a first degree. But the Tvet, the apprenticeship, allowed me to move articulation to progression to a PhD. So I got involved in the Tvet sector. I supervise more than 6 PhDs in Tvet. I attend conferences. I'm a member of one of the Tvet college advisory boards. I advise them on their curriculum. I was part of the task team. I was by the presidency in our college to serve on the G20 task team on digital transformation. That's very important to stress that. I'm also a member of the higher education panel for the review, so my job is to review programs. If your programs is outdated, I will write particular recommendations for your program to revise or to transform or to recalculate. That is important. Then today's session is about the impact of AI and emerging technologies, and that is that one. Based on that, we are struggling with a major conundrum in the world, and that conundrum is VUCA. VUCA is at your doorstep, whether you like it or not, you will deal with that. And based on that, we are currently in a polycrisis. Now, what is this polycrisis? The polycrisis started already in 1948. In 1948, we start with the polycrisis. It did not start now. It starts when Asimov developed the first robot. So robotics starts the race of artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence comes to the human being in 1956. In 1956 was the first time AI was mentioned. In 2002, the 22nd of November 2022, generated AI have infiltrated our space. And many of you are on that spaces. On 22nd of November, the first generated AI, ChatGPT 3.5 was launched. I can give you the history of that. I can give you the whole history of ChatGPT. It's a large language model based on language. Based on that, there's also your geopolitical conflict that we have currently in the world, the wars in Iraq. We have the wars during Bush term, there was the wars in Iraq. Then we have currently the wars with Russia and Ukraine. We have the wars in Middle East. And then we have the economic trade wars. Donald Trump, we call it Trump economics. They have influenced the polycrisis. And by the way, I write a book now. My book will be published on polycrisis in the world. And then, based on that, then we have the AI tsunami on our doorstep. And we still sit in Southern Africa and Global South. challenges with this major issue. Now let's give you an overview of the AI landscape. I was so delighted that I contributed to the national AI framework in my country as one of the persons that involved in the AI sector. I have influenced that policy, and that will be my legacy at the end of the day. From a plumber that influenced policy in my country. That is a legacy that you need to leave. You cannot do research not to influence policies, to influence people's lives. So based on that, South Africa have approved 2023, the Minister, Dr. Blayton Zamandi, here they have approved the South African Artificial Intelligence Framework. So through that framework, all universities and Tvet colleges and basic education, any institution in our country must be aligned to that policy. That policy directs or that framework directs all policies. Right, currently the University of South Africa, I have influenced there. We developed the AI policy and we have developed AI guidelines. And our guidelines is changing every year because there's every year a new software where students are using. So students getting degrees using these AI tools to write their assignments, even articles. I can show you now that I can write an article within 10 seconds using a software. I can use SkySpace, I can use Jenny AI, Copilot, all these softwares which I use on a daily basis. But there's also AI detectors. Then I was also part of the G20 AI for Africa conference. It was in September in Cape Town because I was part of the task team that looking at digital transformation in rural areas. And I think there were some of the colleagues from the ministry was there, and I work closely with Mauritius, Botswana, private universities. So that was, and this is what we decided there. We decided that we need to increase awareness. Awareness is very important. Awareness in our students, awareness in management, awareness in our academia, so that we can be upskilled and reskilled. And I'm so excited when Dr. Bok told me what they have already done with AI. I will look out for her presentation. Then we also need to use AI responsibly, right? I wrote a paper on the ethics of AI. The ethics of AI. I can see with my own eye when this piece is generated by an AI tool because it has a sequence. Your large language models work on algorithms, and I can clearly see by this PowerPoint was generated. The lady that presented yesterday here with the development bank, she was using Gamma AI, because that is a tool that can generate within 10 seconds a PowerPoint presentation. Sometimes I use my article and I put it through Gamma AI. It's a software that generates PowerPoints with voiceover. Within 10 seconds, they generate that PowerPoint for me. And lastly, we need to encourage research and development to scale up our footprint through AI. That's very important. And I can tell you, this particular book is so amazing. This is mind-boggling. This is out of the box. This book is called The Age of Disruption. Your life will never be the same since the large language model was used. The first one said GPT 3.5. There's 3.4. Currently, there's 5.0 on Microsoft. On Copilot. Now, why did we have yesterday the problem with Microsoft Teams here? They are busy updating Microsoft with new features. Yesterday, that's why you can't hear people. You can't see. Sometimes there's a blur in, because yesterday they informed me, because I did not have access. So the task team informed me that they are updating the Microsoft Teams. That's why we have these glitches yesterday. The age of intelligent disruption is here. By the way, students can generate any type of proposal. I got a proposal last night of a student, and I said to the student, I wrote back to the student, I said I did not accept this proposal. This is generated by Jenny AI. And the students can't see what I see. The system told me it was written by a robot. This is the name of the robot, Jenny.ai. So, Prof. Van Wyk, you must write your own stuff. I told the student, You must reread this. You must do it over for me. I don't want a research proposal generated by an AI. Yes, you can use it, but you need to reflect. Right, currently the impact of AI in the world and our global economy, I can see the global south, Africa, Sub-Sahara is lagging behind. But Sub-Sahara have the most material, the most resources, and I think it's an opportunity for us to break into this space. The Tvet college sector, I plead with you today. Start creating awareness with your lecturers and your students, upskilling them, help them. If you don't have the expert, across the borders experts, across in Africa's experts, get them in, help so that we can accelerate this process of AI in your teaching and learning. When last did you reflect on your curriculum? I'm coming to that now. Now, your curriculum must be relevant. Now, what does mean relevance? Relevance means you can either revise your module. In South Africa, they give us a leverage. So when this generated AI hit us, and the lecturers was fighting with students that they have copied from, I said to the students, to the lecturers, but it seems that your assessment is now irrelevant, even the content in your module, you need to revise. Now, we have the luxury, if we have a qualification for 5 years, if you change your program less than 50%, you are allowed to do that. If you change 50% and less of your module and bring in AI aspects, you can do that. Then there's also your curriculum transformation. Are you including African knowledge? On a daily basis, you work on these spaces. You have Gmail accounts. You have on social platforms. By the way, some of you are feeding the system right now as I speak. Even my voice is now on the cloud already. This PowerPoint is already on the cloud. Sorry, I have to feed the system now. I help now OpenAI, which is a tech company, would make 1 billion rand every month because we help to feed them. This PowerPoint presentation is already on the cloud because of this settings now. Now, in this particular book, it's such amazing what this person says. This person says that the curriculum of Tvet is outdated and it needs to be reskilled, reformed, and reimagined. And he said that even the skills of teachers must be do that. Right. Another example, in South Africa, the curriculum have changed. We have the National Artisan Academy. That academy is the first flagship academy, is rolled out now to all Tvet colleges. Now, what is this National Artisan Academy is doing? Number one, it created now those unemployment. Unemployment is very high in our country. They develop now solar developers. They develop now drone pilots. This morning in the car, I told doctor that I went to the Artisan Academy. My student I supervise is the manager of that Artisan Academy. What they're doing at that academy, they have repackaged their curriculum. That's number one. Secondly, they have rethinking their assessment. So they have moved from the normal traditional assessment up to authentic assessment. And I have helped Eswatini, Botswana, at the PCF conference. I then present a workshop on authentic assessment. And by the way, I helped this National Artisan Development Academy to redesign it. So they have moved away from the normal exams to authentic assessment. So that is another thing that you need to look in your curriculum. Move away. I moved away in 2015 already from normal exams in my subject. So in my subject is an e-portfolio, students doing authentic assessment. Because of the disciplinary cases in 2014, 2015, I have moved and I rewrite the policy of assessment and teaching and learning at my institution. Then I ask you a question. If emerging technologies currently are shaping industries every 18 months, why are Tvet college curriculum still updating them every 5 years? I leave that question with you. There's a lot of studies already done. There's the future of Tvet college teaching, the Univoc. There is also, this PowerPoint will be available, as well as my full keynote address will be available for you to peruse. The keynote address will be published as part of my university requirements. that will be done. You need also to AI humanize your pedagogy. You cannot escape that one. So I wrote a paper. You can see the paper there at the back. You can have access to my paper. AI pedagogy, I can show you how to do that, but I don't have time now. In this particular book, Technical and Vocational Teaching South Africa, I contribute to one of the chapters. It's called prompt literacy. I developed the taxonomy of prompt literacy, and to write prompts is another skill. All of you need that skill. If you don't have that skill, you will become redundant in the next 3 to 5 years. So prompt literacy will be the currency that will make or break your career. If you don't know how to use it, then you will be in trouble. Then you need also to include Tvet College curricula. You need to include continuous professional development. I cannot stress this over and over. You need to be reskilled, upskilled, and unlearn your wrong practices. And that will be a very important aspect to reskill and to help you. So you need a new skill because of AI. Then for me, the crux of everything, if you want to change the Tvet curricula, you need to start with policy. And one of the big policies you need to know by this time is your AI policy. And I see that Namibia have an AI policy framework. It was last year approved by your minister. So I'm updated because I'm serving on the task team on digital transformation. And please, that framework will help you as an institution to repackage your AI policy, to re-include everything through from HR. People can use AI to generate a nice CV. And that is not the true reflection who that person is. You can Google me now on my name. You will see what ChatGPT, what Copilot, what Jenny AI, all these platforms will tell you about me. They can only tell what is on the net that I allowed to do that. You heard about I published 158 articles. That is only the articles with DOO numbers. I have articles more than 200. It was not even DOA number, meaning there's no digital objective identifier those years. Policies is very important. But to implement the policies, you need to have a strong management system. And that system must be backed up with funding. You cannot implement these detected tools, your large language modules, your learning management systems, the reskilling and upskilling to professional development if you don't have the funding. So government must come to the party to help you. But you can also generate money. This particular Tvet college that I work in, the National Artisan Development Academy, the students are making the solar panels. The students install that solar panels. That Tvet college selling the solar panels. So they have now created entrepreneurs in that Tvet. So when the students are leaving after 2 years or 3 years, they are entrepreneurs for the field and they can start their own business. Secondly, drone pilots. In the same artisan, they are using that. But to invest in that, you need more funding. And to have funding, you need to have things that will protect your systems. You must have memorandums of understanding, but memorandums of agreement is more binding. And so that will change. And in this particular book, if you want a copy of my book, this book got, I think it's 17 chapters. It's brand new. This book was by Forbes, the Influence magazine. They gave me an award for the book, the most influenced book, because it's a prime resource. So I'm thankful that I can contribute to that. Equity and inclusion, you need also, when you recurriculate your curriculum, please looking at your students with disabilities, impairment, very important, don't exclude them. At UNISA, we have a program. When I teach economics, I was unaware that some of my students was blind in the beginning. I realized half of the year, these students will never follow me. I then asked the university to create funding available, a new package, so that we can help that student. I supervised a student that I never saw. On the day of the graduation, he got his master's degree. They push him up there. And I said, God, why you give me this particular student? God said, so I can humble you, Michael, to see the person that you work with. And for 3.5 years, I only spoke on cell phones and stuff. And there the man could pass his master's with distinction. He was disability. So that is only example. Then, for example, UNISA provides for all students 30 gigabytes every month for free. We negotiate with your service providers in the country to include all our students and not to exclude students. We have nearly 400,000 students. Nearly 400,000 students. In my college, we have 90,000 students. I teach on a Saturday 15,000 students in my subject. So my students must be on the platform. And we gave the student 30 gigabytes every month, including academics. So that is part of inclusion. Don't exclude it. Then my provoke question number 2. To what extent are AI chatbots viewed as a strategic enabler for you? Or are you seeing it as a disruptor or a stumbling block? You need to answer that. My third question is, are we designing these curricula without including digital citizenship? By the way, I include this in one of my modules now, ethical use of AI, digital communication etiquette, digital rights and the responsibilities. By the way, my students post personal stuff there, and I told the students, this platform is not for that. You can't post on the WhatsApp chat that is now plugged into the learning management system, personal stuff. That is unethical, and that is not a good etiquette. Even when they write emails to you, students is not clear. Digital wellness. By the way, I hope some of you will venture into this. Digital wellness is a serious problem. People are too much on AI, and they got the six. We call it the AI syndrome now. It's a new concept. It will make you sick because you're no more thinking. You ask now the computer to do all the work for you. It's a serious problem that we have currently. And lastly, cybersecurity. By the way, during COVID, when some of you was doing nothing, I did 10 microcredentials online through Hewlett Packard. They gave me free microcredentials. I complete a course on data security. So I can see when my students, that's why I can see this PowerPoint of this piece is generated by an AI tool. You can see it with your own eyes because there's a pattern. So you get used to it. And by the way, I never mark. The computer mark for me. I use a tool online to mark for me, even my assignments, that long assignments. I built in certain codes. So then within 10 seconds, that thing is, and then I did post check. I need to moderate of that 15,000. I have 20 markers. I moderate 10% of that. I write my own moderation report about the status. I ask the robot to also to generate their own report, and I compare the two reports. And my report is always target, spot on. So I have two reports, a report then generated by the AI tool and my report. So there's two reports. So I use that. It's very important to understand. Now the future trends is there for you. You need to prepare for the unknown. Imagine tomorrow we have a second COVID. Where will you be? Will you do nothing? Will you still waiting for the government? So you need to rethink your curricula. You need to think about your infrastructure. You can still remember. You can write your lived experience stories. So the age is uncertain, but you can do something about that now. The AI age has an impact and change every career right now, even my own career. I have to move from flipped learning to AI, from AI to prompt literacy now because of my work. But there will be new jobs. Like currently, I can't do the plumbing as I done it in 1980. There's new things on the market. They use new bending techniques. And by the way, at that National Artisan Development Academy, what was amazing there? What was amazing there? Those who are doing hairdressing and those who are doing welding, when I visit there, especially with welding, what happened there? They do the normal welding with the sticks, the rods, the welding machines, but they also program the robot to do the welding on behalf of them. They give them 2 steel plates. You say, okay, you need to weld this. And so the robot was doing that. And then they check whose welding is the best. Is it the robot or the manual one? The robot beat the student with more than 90% of the quality of the welding. Now we're coming to the hair and the nails. Right? They asked this lady to come in today. We want to do your nails for free. The student must do nails. I don't know. The woman will tell me now different types of nails. They asked the robot to generate the artificial nails. And the student must do, on the other hand, the normal nails that she do in a nail bar. So she's a nail technician. In that center, they use AI. And then they check whose hand is the best. So the lecturer went now and checked. This is the hand was done by the student, hand A. The same hand of the other lady, hand B. Who do you think is the best? Which is quality, architecture, and clarity. Who do you think? I give you the answer. It's still the robot. And the robot did it faster than the student. Time consuming. That's one example that I can give you. Then Tvet must prepare learners, not just for employment, please, I ask. Many of my students, I told them, I'm here to generate entrepreneurs. You need to start creating your own jobs, not job seekers. And create them for lifelong learning, entrepreneurship, and a digital citizenship. How to ethically deal. It was shocking for me during the commission of what happened in our country that we are currently busy with. One of the judges made a ruling. He was using AI to generate the report. And then they find out it was written by AI and not written by the judge himself. The judge made one mistake. He quoted the wrong surname. Instead of spelling my name M-I-C-E-A, they spell my name M-I-C-A-E-L, which is wrong. So the computer made the mistake of the spelling of that man's name in that case. They caught out the judge. The judge will be scrapped now. It is the same with your students. They make mistakes. And how can we help them? We help them to do better. The AI-driven system is here for you to stay. You cannot change it. It is here. Whether you like it. Students that are doing agriculture, they use the drones. They are now drone pilots. They can fly over a big land where they plant millies. They can tell in that video that is recorded now through the drones, in the middle of that land, there's a problem with the soil. That is what the students are doing in South Africa and Tvet colleges. It's mind-boggling. When I visit them, and I give them advice out of their curriculum, because I'm in curriculum for many, many years. So when I saw these things, it gives me hope that we are changing the circumstances, even production. By the way, you have now oil. I hope not depleted your oil in the less than 10 years. Use your drones to do that effectively. I hope you prepare now. By the way, you need to have a short learning drone pilot or a qualification in AI, including drone piloting. And you can learn from across the border, get in those people that develop these programs. And then reimagine your purpose. I would like to see that your purpose must be resilient, relevant, and it must be changeable. And lastly, these are the books that I contributed this year. Only this year, in these books. This is mind-boggling. It's exciting. From a plumber to be a professor, when I do motivational speeches, it's mind-boggling what you can do with your life. Don't sit in a corner and blame the government. You have the opportunity to break out. This is our new book, Artificial Intelligence Transforming Higher Education. By the way, these things are presented in the National T20 task team. They are excited what we are doing now. And I help people where I can. And lastly, I leave you with these three questions. Maybe possibly for the next conference. And to think about these three questions and deliberate on these questions. And finally, those are the citations of references that you can use. The full paper is available, written, and also the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. It's an honor for me to present my passion about AI. And thank you for your listening. Thank you. Honda N, that's now for Namibia, 118294. It's a white, lights on. I'm not sure who is that owner. I will ask AI to switch it off for him.
Thank you so much, Prof. Wow, that was so impressive. There are so many things that I took away. I need to take some time to digest and go through your presentation again. Thank you for saying that we need to conduct research that will impact policy and conduct research that will impact people's lives. The importance of authentic assessment, moving away from traditional assessments, humanizing pedagogy, the importance of prompt literacy. We need to educate ourselves, upgrade ourselves, the importance of continuous professional development, reskill ourselves, and we cannot forget about students with disabilities, students who need more of our support, more of our attention, and managing screen time, focusing on mental well-being and mental health. Those are just a few things. I didn't have time to get it all. It's amazing. Can we give another round of applause, please? We can take 5 questions. And can I have assistance with the microphone? Thank you so much. Go ahead, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Mr. Chiguta from the Business School of Excellence. I just wanted to ask about, can you please clarify on what is authentic assessment versus traditional assessment? That's the first question. The next question perhaps can be provocative, as you've said in your presentations. You have many provocative questions. You mentioned the conundrum between students using AI to do assignments, to do research. You also mentioned that you use AI to mark those some of the assessments. Perhaps you can also clarify on those things. Thank you.
Okay, it's 2 questions. Thank you very much. Authentic assessment is we move away from pen and paper exams. Authentic assessment is where you design tasks that is more problem. You want to create problems for the students to solve that problem. I can give you a lot of examples. So authentic assessment is you move away from your normal examinations, where you cram the students in a time zone of 3 hours or 2 hours. So there the student only produce the knowledge that they have learned yesterday and 2 days. Authentic assessment is the opposite, where you bring in reality. You bring in reality where they design your assessment task totally different. Give you an example. My students is in economics. I can teach students poverty, unemployment, and inflation till they are blue in the face. But I ask my students in a task the following. I said to my students, you must select your own group of 5 members. I will not prescribe to you. Your task is to investigate in your area the unemployment rate. You need to write a report. You need to develop your research instruments either through interviews, as questionnaires, and come up with a report with tangible and solutions to that problem of unemployment. That is my economic students. That is part of their portfolio. They must also do a task on poverty in the community. They must also setting up a business plan, a real business plan, not fake, a real business plan that they want to implement to generate extra income for themselves. One of them, car wash, is a small thing. They must generate that. So what you're doing now, you take the knowledge and skills of the learners and the values You embedded in them. You brought it now into authentic assessment, where they go back what they have learned. It's more like a service learning. So you connected your module with service learning. So the student completed, and then every student work is authentic. Secondly, your second question, the students are using AI and myself, but they need to use it ethically. Let's give you an example. You can ask ChatGPT now to give you a framework for a layout of an article. You cannot accept what the robot was generating now in 10 seconds, whether it's the truth. You need still to think, you still have to read, you still have to reflect, whether that is important, whether that is relevant, whether that is correct. Otherwise, it's incomplete. You need also to reflect. So sometimes I use, if the student's doing multiple choice, I give them multiple choice. So the robot is marking that for me. On the LSM, the Moodle platform, I use a software to mark for me the multiple choice. But the multiple choice is marked. But with the multiple choice, there's not an answer. The robot is only giving you an answer. A or a B or a C or a D. But it's not giving you the answer why you choose that one. So yes, you still have to think, you still have to do that. But what I always inculcate in my students, you need to use ethically. And by the way, if you use AI, you need to write a disclaimer in your assignment. At the end of your assignment, in all of my articles at the end, I said this disclaimer. I acknowledge the use of Copilot to generate an idea for me. But the human factor remains still there, where I then reflect, interrogate, and reflect whether it's a true reflection of what was generated. So you cannot accept everything, because who is feeding these robots is you and me who's sitting here. You have a Gmail account, you're on TikTok, you're on WhatsApp, so you're feeding the system for free. And OpenAI, who's the tech company, they are getting free information from you, and they then increase their system and their footprint, and they're making 1 billion rand every month. Sorry to say that. That is new capitalism at the highest level, exploiting the Global South. And the Global South did not generate content. So yes, if you use AI, you need to declare that. Okay, what I'm doing with my students. For assignment 1, the students is not allowed to use any AI. For assignment 2, yes, the student can use AI, but they must use this tool that's prescribed by the university. Because my university is paying for that particular software. Like, for example, Copilot or Grammarly. If the student uses Grammarly, he must state it in his assignment at the end in the declaration to say, yes, Professor Van Wyk, I was using Copilot partly for this, but the rest of the work is still my own work. And by the way, you can even read whether this is the student work, if you are experienced. If you as a supervisor accept that chapter in the honors or the masters it is, then you are in trouble, because at the end of the day, you impact on the quality of your programs, of your qualifications. Any questions? Sorry, I have to explain this. As a teacher, from a plumber to a teacher, I'm like that.
Good morning, Prof. My name is Barry Skachira from RIK Technical College. Thank you for your presentation, Prof. It's very educative. But Prof, since you are an expert in AI, I wanted to ask, when it comes to Tvet, from the Tvet aspect, like if the instructors have to use AI, because what I always tell my instructors is, I always remind them of the 3 domains of learning, which is the think, the feel, and how we do. There needs to be emotions involved. Now, if my instructor is using, example, maybe a welding robot to demonstrate a certain task, where do we leave the emotional participation? Example, even I see most of our students, they also make use of AI. And AI, it's good, it has got pros and cons. But Prof, don't you think that AI, it limits a human being to sometimes be lazy, and it also limits you to avoid critical thinking? Because now you have got ChatGPT and all those robots that you have mentioned. So if I've got that all in place, does it not limit you as a human being to think a bit out of the box? Thank you, Prof.
I like your thought-provoking question. It gives me now exciting. I want to make disclaimers here. AI is not artificial and not intelligent. You can write it down. That's my paper. I like to do controversial stuff. I wrote a paper on why the hype about ChatGPT. I wrote a paper on seed crisis in South African higher education. I'm bold. What must I scare for? So first of all, the robot don't have your emotional intelligence, nor the spiritual intelligence. I'm a spirit, carrying the Holy Spirit. The robot can't do that. The robot only have metacognition and intelligence, which is lesser than the human brain. Currently, some of us are using 3%, 5%, 7%. But do you think the robots will do our work? No. The robots can't do the emotional part, but they can ask you, how are you feeling today? And you will give him the emotional response. The robot will only give you the cognitive of the knowledge response, but not the emotional response, nor the spiritual response. He cannot think spiritually. He don't have the feel. We developed a robot called Luwazi. Sorry, I did not show you the picture. I was part of development of the robot. We went to schools. Now, the robot say, Prof. Van Wyk, tell them you like to say from a plumber to a professor. So the robot is be behind me because I got this bank on my hand. So as I move, the robot is following me. So the robot can't do the emotional and spiritual part. Or the artificial intelligence cannot do that. It's not yet programmed by human beings. That's why I say AI is no artificial, no intelligent, because it's still banking on the knowledge of human beings. Until that time, like Bill Gates said that the robots will rule us. It's only the criminals will use the robots, either to use it as a weapon, that we use it currently in the Gaza war, where they use drones, and also in Ukraine. So Asimov have the 3 rules of robots. You must read about that. Isaac Asimov developed the 3 ethical robot principles. Number 1, human beings can use robots to advance their humanity. Secondly, robots can protect himself from other robots. And lastly, a robot can only exist as long as that robot being fed with information. Otherwise, that robot will die. And I raise my case there. Sure. Is it heavy now?
Thank you, Prof. I pick up something in one of the articles where it states that perhaps AI is advancing very fast, very unpredictable, to the extent that it might create other beings, not human beings, other beings that might destroy the world in the future. What's your opinion in that regard?
I don't want to go into scripture or biblically, but what I see, what is happening now, your new politics have now designed a particular economy which they want to control. So that economy starts with the AI generated in Silicon Valley. Now, where is Silicon Valley? Silicon Valley is in California. I was very inquisitive when I was doing the data security certificate. Why did Hewlett Packard gave us particular information to treat this as confidential? Because there was data. But I don't believe that humanity will destroy humanity, because what humanity built will at the end destroy humanity. You as academics must increase the ethical use of these robots and stuff. But there's other forces in the world that regulate the economy in the world. Right? And if there is opposition to that economy, they change the dynamics. Why did you think that suddenly large language models was flooding the world? They want to control the economy. And who wants to control the economy? The global north. And it's a small group globally that wants to control that. I'm happy that our president brought the G20 to Southern Africa. Why? So that we can start controlling the digital space. By the way, did you know your biggest language here is who? I check it through ChatGPT and Copilot. Whose most spoken is 43%. I'm worried in the next 3 years, it will go down to 19%. That is what the robot told me. Your large language spoken in the country here will be totally vanished because of AI. Now to protect that, here is my solution. To protect that, please, I ask you, start doing research in your mother tongue, please, and flood ChatGPT and others, not in English, so that we can start decolonize the AI space. I want to thank you. Yeah, that man have a burning question.
It's not a question. I'm actually excited to be addressed by a plumber that is now a professor. So, fellow artisans and former artisans, there is a future for us in the Tvet sector. If we don't drive it ourselves, the teachers are going to drive Tvet for us.
I like that one. I think that is my second takeaway.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let's give one more round of applause. Thank you, Prof. Wow. We now have a panel discussion, and I'd like to call Dr. Nico to the front. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nico Sisinyize. I'll be your moderator for the coming panel discussions. But before we dive into the innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship, I would like to invite the following panel members. When I was checking our time, I realized that we need to work a little bit faster because we are somehow behind our time schedule. Okay, join me in inviting Mr. Moses Shirare, the Center Manager for Okakarala Vocational Training Center. Mr. Shirare, please move forward. Mr. Bernard Kauteda, please move forward. Mr. Fred Mandaha, Tvet trainer at Hobabes Vocational Training Center. Unfortunately, we do not have Dr. Godfrey Tuvaundule. He is not part of us here. But allow me to invite Mr. Isaac, Center Manager for Volambola Vocational Training Center. Thank you very much. I'm seeing that we don't have a gender balance among the panel members here, but that is not a problem. What we are looking for is it's a well discussion among the panel members. Without wasting much time, I really want to say we are going to hear from the panel members as to whether we have those innovation hubs in our VTCs. If not in all VTCs, to which VTCs do we have these innovation hubs? That will be part of the discussion here. I think before we start with the discussion, let me quickly invite Mr. Kauteda to give us an overview of these innovation hubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nico, and good morning to everyone. Yeah, I didn't want to bore you with a lot of information about myself. I'm coming from a technical background from childhood. I've gone to a technical school myself from the age of 12, and I have been heading secondary schools, I've been heading VTCs, and I'm now a lecturer. So that is all about me for now. But if we look at the theme, and the theme contains sustainable future, which is a very interesting part. And that cannot happen without looking at innovation. It cannot happen without looking at partnership and skills development. But I would give introductory scenarios that would take us to the discussions that we are having today. And I will pose a question that you should answer yourself. And I think I will also deliberate on the answer from my side, but I want you to answer yourself. The very first question is, what brought us here? And that is what I want you to think. What brought us here? And the answer is, there is a big animal in here that brought us here. People traveled long ways. They traveled from Germany, they traveled from wherever, from all walks of life. We left our offices, we came here, and obviously that is because of the commitment. But what brought us here? That is the question. Not necessarily to come and see NAST in Namibia and, you know, all the other key stakeholders and so on, but there is something that brought us here. And that is the big animal that is very topical nowadays. It's topical in all countries, topical wherever you go. People are talking about the big elephant, the elephant in the house, and that is Tvet. Tvet brought us here. We are here to guide the elephant. And unfortunately, the elephant has got two organs, very important organs. And the one organ cannot do without the other one. And the main organs here are Tvet institutions and industry. Unfortunately, we cannot beat around the bush and talk about other things and so on. The two organs that is driving Tvet is Tvet institutions and industry. And sometimes the organs are neglected. And I would also want to take another scenario, and I think I would reflect a little bit on what Prof. Dr. Gessler, and he talked about the landscape that you cannot avoid when you are talking about the elephant in the house, Tvet. It should go through stages, and that is the micro, the meso, and the micro. If we don't have synergy here, and they don't talk to each other, there is no collaboration, the elephant would die. And the other scenario is where, from all these landscapes that I've mentioned to you, where is the elephant lying? The elephant is lying at the bottom in the micro stage. The elephant is there, but the elephant is guided by functioning organs that we sometimes do not look at. And of course, the elephant is being supported by supporting entities. I'm now talking about the Ministry of Education, talking about the NTA, talking about NQA, NCHR, and all these entities are supposedly supporting to support the elephant. But because of the coordination, because of probably power relations, this is not coming out strongly. And that is impacting on the elephant, which is the Tvet. And I think we need to understand that. And the supporting structures, sometimes, the power relations that are there, it's actually at the advantage of the Tvet system. And the other scenario that I want to bring to the board is the lowest where the elephant is, the Tvet is. That is directly the people that should get involved in the hub. Bringing these people directly that has got the functioning capacity of the system, the industry, and the Tvet institutions. If they are exposed, if they are being creative, if they are creating, they are in an interaction. And the point here is awareness, not necessarily that we should enforce their involvement, but we should expose them to see what is the benefit of getting in this collaboration, in this marriage. And that is where the hubs are coming in handy. Creating models, testing out models, coming up with, prototypes, and the interaction between the teacher and the mentor and the expert, directly linked to the organs, the Tvet institution, where you get the teacher, and the industry where you get the mentor and some experts. If we can do that, then we are busy with the innovative hub. Another scenario, the MISO and the macro, basically that is where the support structures are. The education sector, the ministry, the NTA, and so on. But are we really thinking innovatively? The innovation is not all about the Tvet. It's about the administrators of Tvet. I think the last 3 conferences that I have attended, are we thinking innovatively? Because number one, there are repetition of things that we have spoken about. That is directly speaking to specific challenges, like, for instance, the NQF levels. That is, if you look at level grade 12 is equated with level 3. Did we attend to that? We talked about, for the last 3 years in the conferences that I have attended, we talked about articulation. Are we really addressing articulation? So, and I think this gathering here, participation here, we need to look at coming up in an innovative way to address issue, creating a platform that is independent, free, and that would fast track on the recommendations and most specifically the resolutions that we have taken, so that by the next conference we are going to report back as to what we have discussed. Otherwise, we'll end up being a mere talk show. We will end up being a mere talk show. So let's think innovatively. Let's create the platform of the institutions and the industry is created through a hub where these people can share ideas and look at each other, how to do it, how creatively, how new entrepreneurial and business activities can be done. It can be done in a hub. But sometimes it can also be transformed. That is where the transformation to manufacturing is coming in. We are talking about innovation, but innovation should lead to manufacturing, and it leads to production that can have an impact and enhance the economy of the country. So, yes, let's look at the innovation ourselves in the conference and see whether we can fast track on what we have been doing and report back at the next one. So, yes, I am tapped at the back end. Okay. But anyway, yes, I think I have covered what I wanted to cover, the innovation hub, the innovation in general at the meso and the micro level. But don't forget, the real actors down there in the micro level is institutions and industry. And if we can involve them, they shouldn't just be informed, consulted, they should be informed. And that's where we are further derailing our processes of correcting the elephant, which is Tvet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kautena, for that brief overview. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request our panel members to just briefly introduce themselves to you before we get to the discussion.
Good morning, everyone, dear delegates. My name is Moses Yapuira Shirare. By the way, Prof, I'm also a trained plumber. Thank you. Yes, I'm a plumber as well, and a center manager from Mokakara Vocational Training Center. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Fred Mandaha. I'll be sharing my views on the topic of innovation in Tvet centers. Actually, I'm also a cabinet maker, which is a carpenter by training. Thank you.
A very good morning to you. My name is Isaac Tanganeni Bwashume, and I work at Valombola VTC. Thank you. No, I'm not a plumber. But I can help you with your plumbing issues with the professor here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panel members. Can we please give them a round of applause once more again? It is a Friday, and of course, we should be very excited, all of us. I just wanted to announce here that I have 10 questions for each of the panel member who is here. 10 questions per panel member. Okay? All right, without further ado, I think we can start with our discussions. Now that we have heard in the overview that was provided by Mr. Kautena regarding these innovation hubs, we have a clue of what these hubs are all about. The question that I would like to pose to the panelists here is, why establishing these innovation hubs? The question is, why establishing these innovation hubs for the promotion of entrepreneurship, creativity as well as problem solving? That is the question. I think I will start with Mr. Kauteda.
Well, I think why establishing a hub? As I said in my short introductory presentation, we have been talking about collaboration, we have been talking about all these other enablers. But for these enablers to happen, we need to promote the collaboration, the synergy between the key stakeholders. And as I said earlier, Tvet institution, industry, and of course the other key stakeholders, if they are getting engaged, understand that they need each other, not being enforced by saying that, no, it should be like this and it should be like this. They would get to understand, work towards innovations, new ideas, and creativity.
Okay, thank you. Then we move to Mr. Moses.
We want to start the Innovation Hub because we want to become an industrialized nation. And if you are to look into most of the countries, and especially Asia, I really prefer to use Asia as one of the examples that we need to emulate in Africa. And these are the continent with an economy that was of the GDP that was below than Africa. And within a century, they managed to transform their economy to the point that if you take an example, a country like Japan, whose unemployment rate is below 3%, that's what we are planning to, that's a target that we are looking in terms of the Vision 2030. But if you look at our Tvet, we have been providing training and for conveying the young people from one point of unemployment to another stage of unemployment after they become graduate. I was looking into the TRISA study from 2015 to 2017 that was conducted by the NTA. We realized that 50% of those graduates are unemployed, and only 14% of those that have created jobs for themselves. But in Tvet, there has not been a deliberate effort to equip and to train these people to become entrepreneurs. So that's why the creation of the Innovation Hub in Tvet become quite crucial, because then you are going to be very deliberate about producing entrepreneurs. We are going to create network and collaborations, as Mr. Kauteda have already put it, for these people to become entrepreneurs, but also going to create an enabling environment that is actually going to help these people to become entrepreneurs. We also have to bring in the component of research and development in Tvet, because all what we have been doing, we're focusing on just training this individual to become artisans. The component of research and development become quite crucial. I think a prof actually put a very good example in terms of the authentic assessment. I did not have that concept in actually the right word, but I had a concept in my mind that even if you are to introduce the innovation entrepreneurship qualifications in Tvet, it has to be very practical, where the people have to go and conduct the research, identify the need in the community, come back and have a conducive environment where they are going to do the experimentations and to produce a prototype and go to test their prototype in the market, develop a bankable business plan that is actually going to help them to become entrepreneurs, so that at the time that they are going to go out there, they would produce a prototype that they are going to scale up in order to run a successful businesses. So, and you can only achieve this if you have an innovation entrepreneurship hub within the Tvet system.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, sir. Why establishing innovation hubs in Tvet institutions, if you can briefly highlight on that?
Thank you so much. The importance of innovation hubs within Tvet centers, there are so many, because remember, Tvet is about employment creation to reduce unemployment. So when we have those innovation hubs within our centers, that means that trainees will have access to new technologies, And then there will be that linkage between trainees and trainers. And then also they will have the access to produce new services or new products within their different workshops. And then they will also be able to grow the skills within themselves, which they can eventually use to sustain themselves in their journey. So those innovation hubs are very critical, although the concept is still new. Of course, in our different training centers, we have the production units, but with that one is more of increasing or having access for job attachment. But with the innovation hubs, when we recruit our trainees, we should already establish trainees who've got talent, and then we can nurture that talent to another, to a large extent, and then also attach them to potential funders, like other institutions of higher learning where they can progress. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Isaac, what is your take?
No, thank you. It's also bad to be the last man to comment because the previous speakers have highlighted the point of why innovation hub should be established within Tvet providers. Innovation drive economies. If you look at developed countries, whatever they are doing today is because, or whatever they are achieving is because of innovation. I also want to inform you that a week ago, we were sent off by the Honorable Deputy Minister of Education to represent the country at Africa Skills Week in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. And to tell you that we were accompanied by 2 students, one from Colicos VTC and the other one from Valombola VTC. The main reason is actually to demonstrate that in Namibia we can also create things. Even though we didn't take along the product, we were sharing our ideas in terms of the innovation and what we can do. And when we look at the continental level, what the continent is doing, and what we are doing in Namibia, we need to do more to ensure that we establish this innovation as a normal practice within our training providers. Now, if we increase this kind of hub across the country, you are likely to wake up the ideas that are within this student. We need to understand that we eat Tvet, we sleep Tvet, we drive Tvet. Even when we are standing here, whatever we are putting on, whether it's clothes, whether it's food that we have eaten, is produced through Tvet. And for us to ensure that we become an industrialized nation, we need to establish this concept where ideations or ideas are looked at, students are mentored, and then the ideas or product or prototype are actually marketed to the stakeholders or buyers that want to advance these ideas. And at the end of the day, this will help Namibia to grow the economy and also to ensure that it reduces unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question is on what specific gaps in current event practices highlight the need for dedicated innovation hubs to support, I'll repeat this question, to support industry relevant and future focused learning. So the question is based on the gaps that exist in our current Tvet practices, especially in responding to industry as well as focused learning. The current gaps?
The first gap I believe that we can look at is a very high youth unemployment rate that we have. And that also goes to the youth that are skilled, that are coming from these Tvet training providers. Many of them are not employed. If you look at the statistic, the study that was conducted by the NTA, only 14.6% that are self-employed today. And I believe that 50.2, if I'm speaking under correction though, are not employed at all. And that is a gap that is huge that we need to fill. They will not be able to be absorbed in the job market. We need to ensure that we bridge that gap so that at least 1% of these graduates can create employment for themselves. And once 1 out of 10 creates a company, he will be able to hire others and at the end of the day to reduce unemployment. At the same time, we also want to ensure that we create product that we can use in Namibia. We need to ensure that we address community needs that we are facing. And these are some of the areas that we need to address through this innovation hub in terms of gaps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Isaac. I just want you to clarify this issue to the audience as to whether the 50.2 that you alluded, are you referring to the Tvet graduates or to the youth?
No, I'm referring to the graduates that have left the Tvet sector during that study that was conducted. Meaning that when they did the study, I think in 2015, if I can recall very well, the outcome of the result says that 50.2 or something, I don't have the data here, they are not employed. Only 14.6 of them are running their businesses at this point in time. But we can verify the data. So,
but it's Tvet graduates, right?
Yeah, Tvet graduates.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you so much. One of the gaps that I've seen within our Tvet systems is the disconnection between us, the Tvet providers, and the potential employers. So there is that gap. So because we are not really like working together to such an extent that we advise each other and then promote what the curriculum is saying. So in order to fill that gap, I propose that we need to have interventions where Tvet providers and industry come together and industry act as advisors, where they advise us providers on what skills to train on. That's the first gap. Then the other one is we need to integrate technology in our training institutions. Most of the time, if you go to training providers, the Tvet centers, you get outdated machines where we are training on these trainees. So that gap also needs to be filled by bringing in new experts, new technologies, and then we align with what is happening in the job market. Thank you.
Just to follow up, so you are actually saying that we are training without engaging the relevant industries. Is that what you are saying?
To some extent, that's what is currently happening. Because if we are involving industry, why do we have this trend to say our products are somehow same-skilled? So if we involve industry from the beginning, they'll be able to advise us, and then we train according to their need.
Okay, I just want to believe that we know these industries, right, as Tvet institutions. But why are we finding it difficult to engage them? I think that is the question that we should answer for now. Okay, but thank you very much for your comment. Maybe I think Mr. Charale, you can make your contribution on that.
In terms of the gaps that we experience in Tvet, I'm addressing it with 2 items. The first one is the willpower. I honestly think that we lack the willpower, even if we've developed a number of documentations. If you are to look at the African Union strategy for Tvet, it talks about innovation and entrepreneurship. Science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa, again the same. Tvet policy, the same. Namibia innovation policy, also Namibia industrial policy, SME policies. We've got a number of documentation put together that, and if you read through this document, you just can't miss the fact that innovation and entrepreneurship feature prominently, and especially into Tvet, feature prominently in this policy. Why are we not implementing them? Willpower. You see, I love studying history, and when you start histories about the country, and I think given that example a bit earlier on, and this time I'm going to use a very sensitive example, but I'm using the example of the white Afrikaners. After the Anglo War, they decided that they're actually going to do very something deliberate to transform their society. Education was one of them. And also, apart from the component of academy, they also make sure that those that are not academically inclined are going to be empowered technically. That's why they decided to even create farms and put their people there and mentor them to become successful farmers. They also had a component of Tvet in basic education, and make sure that some of the people are equipped right from basic education up to Tvet institutions. But they were very deliberate about this. And the other component about not demonstrating that deliberate effort was also funding them. You see, I'll take an example of the innovation and entrepreneurship event that we had at Okakara VTC. For the past 3 years, we have been struggling to get funding for that innovation and entrepreneurship event. And we've been writing number of letters, we've been knocking number of doors. We could not be able to find agencies or private stakeholders that can fund the innovation and entrepreneurship event. Now, if you are to look at the innovation and entrepreneurship event budget alone, we could spend about 250,000. It's a very limited budget if you are to compare that when you have to establish an innovation and entrepreneurship, where you are going to have a very good high infrastructures and human resource employed with a lot of potential or capabilities to be able to mentor entrepreneurs. It's going to take a huge budget. But just a limited budget that we have for innovation and entrepreneurship event, to run that event, to be able to get sub-partners or people to come and support that, you still struggle. So we lack the willpower, and for as long as we are not going to demonstrate our willpower by availing enough resources in terms of funding to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in Tvet, it's still going to be a challenge, and hence the gap.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gautena?
Thank you. I am not sure whether I will be answering this straight to the point, but I would start by saying that, remember, the heartbeat of the Innovation Hub is innovation, entrepreneurship, and collaboration. And I think if we start with the advocacy in terms of making the main stakeholders aware of the benefits of what it holds, I think it will also bridge the gap. Remember, in the Innovation Hub, we have got state-of-the-art equipment, so we need resources. That's a shortcoming in itself. And we need the right people from the, specializing in the field, trying to guide and put resources and come up with new ideas and share information and, get to the feeling of what the trainers and the people from the institution are saying, and how they can perfect that and how they can transform that into manufacturing. So I think these are the gaps that we need to look at when we want to bring up innovation hubs.
Okay, thank you very much. In as much as we are advocating for the establishment of these innovation hubs in Tvet centers, of course, the expectations out today, it is much based on the contributions of these hubs towards national development goals. We are talking of the SDG goals. We are talking of the Vision 2030. We are now talking about the National Development Plan 6. We had 5, and now we have 6, and the other development frameworks and policies that we have in this country. We would like to hear from the panel members. The establishment of these innovation hubs, how will they support these national development frameworks? Because remember, there will be resources that will be devoted into these hubs or in the establishment of these hubs.
Thank you once more. And I think the innovation hubs is a collective activity. And it's not only a certain part of the sector that is doing that. It's basically for the whole sector to look at it. And if we could start in a small scale, and I think NAST, with our collaboration with NEI, they solicited I would call it a hub, but we call it a innovation lab. And that is in the solar system. So we have got state-of-the-art equipment, we have got the right facilities, and people are coming in there. It's not only for NAST, and then though it has been solicited by NAST, Tvet centers would come there, they would share these, and if everybody towards the end are part of what is happening, it will make a contribution towards the national spectrum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gauteta.
Innovation Hub will serve as a one-stop shop to equip entrepreneurs. We can also take it further, not only to say innovation and entrepreneurship, but we can say digitalized innovation and entrepreneurship hub, because it will have the component of entrepreneurship. Now, what will be happening at the Innovation Hub? This will be a conducive environment where trainees are going to practice their new ideas under the mentorship and the coaching of an expert that is also going to help them to develop business plan, bankable business plan, a safe environment where they are also going to develop the prototype and be helped to market this prototype. You look at the statistic, the TRISA study, and I'm also going back there to the TRISA study, and if you look at that report, you realize that even most of those, the 14.6% that started the businesses, they lack some access to equipment, they lack some access to funds, but also the ability to market. You can see that in the statistics. Those are some of the challenges that Innovation Hub is going to solve. But then it's going to be a conducive environment. Mr. Kauteza also talked about the collaboration. That's the purpose of that, because that particular Tvet institution will then now be creating that network so that a trainee, while is at that particular institution, will have access to all the information from NAMRA, from BIPA, from Development Bank of Namibia, and you'll be inviting all the stakeholders to also come and talk to the trainees because there is that conducive environment. They're also going to have an access to a computer systems where they can go in and do a research on different business opportunities. They're also going to have an access to the research and development results that have been conducted and that is available for them to use that and be able to identify the business opportunities. So it's actually going to serve as that one-stop shop where people will going to be empowered, capacitated, and be mentored to become successful entrepreneurs was the knockoff. So those are some of the solutions that will be brought up by the Digital Innovation Hub.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, how are we going to support innovation hubs? So one of the things that we can do as Tvet providers is to make sure that we follow the NDP 6, because there are clear guidelines there. There are objectives that we need to meet. So if we follow those guidelines, definitely we are going to play our part. For example, our Tvet centers that are based in areas where there is resources like timber, there is resources of fertile soil. So we can venture into making sure that we produce products. We train our trainees to produce those products that can be sold on the market. They can venture into agriculture and then also use new technologies for which they can improve their lives. And also, in the end, they can also employ other trainees or other people in the society. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Isaac, you want to amplify or you sit?
Yeah, I think if you look at all these documents, whether it's NDP 6, you look at the Vision 2030, you look at African Agenda 2063, they are all speaking the same thing, industrializing Africa. And one or first step that we need to take, or how the Innovation Hub will actually help African country to industrialize, is by adding value to the raw product that we have in Africa. That is the first step, because once you start innovating, we'll be able to add value to marbles, we'll be able to add values to all the product that we are extracting in Africa. And it can start through the Innovation Hub. And all these documents are speaking the same thing. Today, we are talking about the continental Tvet strategy that is launched, I think, 2 weeks back. And it's also speaking the same thing. Once we start innovating using our own product in Namibia or in neighboring country in Africa or in SADC to be specific, it will allow us to create product that we need to do, and it will also help us to export at least semi product or probably finished product to the world in that regard. And that is how the Innovation Hub will help to actually achieve objectives and goals within all these very beautiful documentation, whether it's African Agenda 2063, whether it's a Vision 2030 or NDP 6. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then that takes us to our next question that talks about policies and funding. Are there policy-specific barriers that can delay the establishment of these hubs in VTCs, in your opinions? Policy-specific barriers, policy-specific or funding barriers in establishing these hubs? In as much as we want to have these innovation hubs in our VTCs, are there policy-specific gaps or funding-specific barriers that can hinder the establishment of these hubs?
All right, thank you. You know, the hubs, the innovation hubs in Namibia has started to take root now. I'm not quite sure whether we have got policies that's speaking to that. But if there are policies speaking to that, I mean, I stand to be corrected. And that is a very new concept. And I think we need to start working on, putting some guidelines and policies in place. But towards the end, everybody should feel the benefit of what the hubs would bring about. It would definitely support opportunities in the institutions. It would help to solve, problems, more specifically practical solutions to problems. And of course, expose entrepreneurial thinking in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Gauteta. And in terms of funding, are there funding barriers, perhaps? Funding barriers that can delay the process of establishing these hubs in VTCs?
Funding barriers, I think it's actually a very good idea, and I think everybody would buy into this program. So if we approach the ministry, we approach the funding, partners, they would definitely help us to do funding in this regard.
Okay, Mr. Shirare?
Yeah, I think we have developed enough legislative framework to guide the innovation and entrepreneurship. Starting from Africa, I just early on mentioned the African strategy for Tvet 2025 to 2034. You can't miss it. It also talks about innovation and entrepreneurship. Science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa, again, speaks about the same component, but also in Namibia, and I think Prof have already alluded to that. We've got what we call national innovation, national science, technology, and innovation policy as well. We do have that, and under the Ministry of MASAC. As well as the small micro and medium enterprise policies, national industrial policy. So we do have number of policy and legislative framework in terms of that. That area guide us. Also that speaks to about the Tvet innovation and entrepreneurship programs in Tvet. So that is well articulated. It's a question of taking this documentation and just put it into implementation. But what I think lacks is your second question is funding. And I can actually challenge all the members seated around here in Orchestra House, and I can actually close my eyes and say there's no funding for innovation entrepreneurship, and I stand to be corrected, and actually that's why I'm provoking this so that I can be corrected to say, go and knock this door, and this door, and this door. These agencies are prepared to fund innovation entrepreneurship because we have done a lot of effort in terms of soliciting funding in that area to know success.
Okay, thank you very much. So in other words, you are saying we have enough policies that support the establishment of these innovation hubs. And they clearly speaks to the innovation hubs.
Absolutely. We have got enough legislative framework for the innovation entrepreneurship. The challenge is funding.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My take on that one is, you see, for us to establish anything, we need to follow the guidelines. And in this case, in terms of coming up with those innovation hubs, the funder, where we are getting our financial resources, they've set their own priorities. So it's those guiding documents that will enable you to access funding. If the priority is different, that means they will not be able to fund that which you are trying to innovate. So in this case, also the procurement processes, they are so rigid such that for you to get funding, you need to give all those necessary requirements before you can access that funding. And in so doing, it delays. And then the people on the ground, they start to struggle. I'll just give an example. If you want a certain machine in the workshop, for example, in the air conditioning workshop, for you as a trainer and your trainees, you require that machine as soon as possible. But because of the procurement processes and the funder is thinking of something else, you will not be able to access the money for that specific machine. So those are some of the barriers that we are facing on a daily basis. And then maybe lastly also is expertise. If you want to come up with a new course, they will ask you, do you have the expertise? You do have the training. So staff development also is needed. And to do staff development, you need funding. And the funding is just coming from the same pot. So those are the few barriers that we are experiencing on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. So meaning in terms of policy frameworks, you are as well supporting Mr. Chirala that we have enough policy frameworks that support the establishment of these hubs?
In terms of policies, I would say they are there, but to support those policies, that's where the problem is. You could say, for example, the old Tvet centers, some of them are struggling to be equipped. So, and if all Tvet centers, even the public and the private one are struggling to be equipped, but then you want to come up with a new idea of a hub, they'll still ask you a question to say, where will the money come from? Because what we set already as a priority has not been fulfilled. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Isaac, in 2-3 sentences.
Yeah, I believe that there are quite a number of policies that speaks about innovation, but they're a bit fragmented. They probably need to be harmonized so that they speak to what we are trying to do. Yes, there are quite a number of policies that are out there that speak for the same thing, SME and others. But if we want to establish this, and we are going to, we need to harmonize them to speak to what we are trying to do. And in addition to that, we also need to develop a strategy that speaks to what we want to do, that actually create a bit of a framework and a map of what are the objectives at the end of the day. You might have a policy, but what are the implementation plan that you have? And through your strategy, you should be able to pull it out so that it can probably take you through. And the same strategy is the one that you're going to use to actually look for funding. So that funds can always be there. It depends on how you convince the funder and in which direction you are speaking. And you also speak to these kind of documentations. But Namibia is very good in terms of developing policies and guidelines. But what we need to do is to harmonize it and to ensure that whether a training provider establishes this, they are mandated to do that. And that policy, if we can harmonize different policies, it will help. And also develop a strategy that also speaks about implementation and how to do it, and speaks about the action plan on how you implement it. And this will allow training providers or whoever is going to champion it to actually be assisted in terms of funding, because you have a plan, you have a roadmap, and anybody can hold you accountable for what you are trying to achieve. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Isaac, you are proposing for the development of a strategy in addition to already existing policy frameworks and these other national policies.
Yeah, I might put it that way, or probably an action plan that speaks to those, because you are talking about different policies. It's not only one policies. Do you understand? And they are also emanating from different ministries, not necessarily through the training providers. And you might also see some challenges and barriers to fully implement that policy, looking at where you are coming from. Let me say you are a state-owned VTC. There are certain limitations that you might find for you to establish that innovation hub. That's why you might need to look at this policy and establish an action plan or kind of a strategy, a small strategy to allow you to implement this innovation hub. Otherwise, what my brother Mandaha have indicated here in terms of procurement might also counter you, because there are certain legislation that might prevent you to do what you are, depending on your mandate as an institution.
Thank you very much for that. Our next question, probably our second last question, is based on the triple Ps, public-private partnership. There was a presentation here yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like our panel members to unpack as to whether triple Ps can really assist us in ensuring the full implementation of these innovation hubs in Tvet. Mr. Gauteda.
Right. I would not necessarily refer to that as the triple Ps, but we were very fortunate to have, received funding for the innovation lab that we have at NAST. My sister Helvi is there, can attest to that. And a very state-of-the-art equipment and, facilities, and the funding partners, brought it up to scratch, and it is functioning. That's all I can say at this time. But maybe we were not very proactive in trying to get the triple Ps on board. But that is something that would probably be a shortcoming that we need to look at, to involve the triple Cs and get to see what they can provide. But I think the stakeholders in that regard, especially Pupkewitz, and they are bringing in activities to market themselves within this innovative lab.
Mr. Shirare, what is your take?
No, absolutely. A triple P will certainly work. And I will just, using the example of some efforts that we have made, we had a discussion and we are about to finalize the MOU with NCRSD, again, in area of innovation entrepreneurship, City of Windhoek, because they've run a very successful incubation program. We also are finalizing our MOU to be able to partner in that area. Last, there is a conversation also happening in terms of what they are planning to do in area of innovation entrepreneurship, so that you see Wakakara VTC, for example, can become one of the satellite hub for the introduction of that innovation entrepreneurship, as well as also IUM. So there are a couple of stakeholders that are prepared to come on board, and also some other partners that have assisted. For example, GIZ also have, to a certain extent, assisted us in the area of innovation and entrepreneurship. So the stakeholders are there. It's probably is an appeal to all of us now in the Tvet fraternity to actually see if we can be proactive enough to start reaching out to those stakeholders to see if we can go into partnership. But there could be some of the stakeholders that can really be able to help us to partner in order for us to expedite the introduction of Innovation Hub in Tibet.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, what is your take on that? Should we take the route of triple Ps?
Definitely, stakeholders are very much important. They are key. They are part of the whole ecosystem, because if we, if we exclude them from the whole process, then I don't think we can achieve what we're supposed to achieve. In this case, skilled labor force. So within our towns of this, where we are operating as Tvet centers, we have important key stakeholders like the municipalities, the regional council, the town councils, and also even the stakeholders like MTC, Telecom. All those people, they need to be on board, and they need to advise us what products do we need to give to them, because that's where we are sending our trainees for job attachment, and also for them to be on board so that they will partake in whatever we are producing. So one other thing is that if we don't involve them, even if our trainees are in their companies, they will not be given some allowances, because they will be just seen as people to be used, cheap labor. So if they are involved from the beginning, definitely we are going to see good results. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Isaac, you have something to say there?
Yeah, I want to put, or probably say, the Innovation Hub is in a similar way as an incubation center. It's in the same way. And I want to put it in three stages. The first one is where you are preparing, a student is doing their idea. The second stage is where you are mentoring and coaching the student. Perhaps you have a room where you have 3D printers, where this person can create a product, and then you test it with a 3D printer. And the last probably room that you might have is where the stakeholder, where triple P comes in, where the stakeholders, where business peoples, companies are coming in to see, how do I support this idea? How do we refine this idea to help the economy of this country? So it will definitely work, because we are creating products for the nation. And the only way you can achieve the objective is when you involve the industry and when they are buying in what ideas you are bringing to the market. And it will definitely work. If we do it solo, it will not work, because people will not even understand what you are doing. But if you have a buy-in from the industry, from the companies that are producing, that are servicing the nation in terms of the economy, you are likely to reach the target and the objective.
Okay. Thank you so much. Maybe I should pose this last question to the panel members. Now that we have had all the advantages of having the innovation hubs in our VTCs, how best can we have these hubs to respond to all these issues that we have mentioned? The issues related to unemployment, issues related to poverty, and many others that we have mentioned here. What should we do as VTCs if we are to realize all of these goals?
What we should do, we should start like today. And I think this conference is a first step in terms of doing it. I believe that Mr. Moses have indicated they have started, and at Valombola we have done a piece of it, It's a matter of putting it forward and ensure that we start on a full swing. And any other training provider in Namibia can start that. Where do we start? First of all, we need to create a platform. We need to do an awareness. We need to advocate what we are trying to do as a training provider or as a nation. What are we trying to achieve? We have a lot of students that have graduated that are in the street, and we can call them. We can actually ask them to run a kind of maybe a request where they can provide their ideas online. This is what I want to do. We coach them and we sell these ideas to those that can fund us. And that's the first step without even creating any other thing. And once we have created and actually auctioned these ideas probably in a business form, we can now go to the material that is needed and they can create a prototype. And this prototype can be auctioned to other stakeholders. And that's the first step that any institution can do. And I believe that in that way it will work, and it will also allow us as training providers to do more research and provide better understanding and coaching and mentoring. And this will also allow us to basically ensure that the entrepreneurship curriculum ties to this innovation hub, because you allow the entrepreneurship trainers to be more of a focal person to be running this event with the technical trainers that are supporting and coaching these young people. And we can start today. And today is a starting point because today is the conference and we are talking about this point. I so submit.
Thank you. So that means today we should start with developing the strategy as you proposed. But thank you so much for your submission. Yes, sir, how can we make these innovation hubs respond to youth unemployment?
Okay, there's a lot of strategies that we can employ. What I can say is, for example, different centers are located in different geographical areas. So you have to check around in your area. For example, like us coming from Maheke, we have to check what is the need of the region. For example, in Maheke, it's about cattle farming. So our hub should be related to the economy of the region. For example, we can like at Obabi's VTC, we just introduced leather product design and manufacturing is one of the courses. So we are the only one offering that course. So now, what is the economy of training students in that, and how are they going to contribute to the whole economy of the region? So in that case, if people are empowered in that line, they'll be able to go and use that technology which they are going to receive in their communities, where they are going to contribute to to issues of poverty eradication and also create employment for themselves and their families. So other centers also can do the same. Where you have a lot of people, you can come up with services that can help the people around that area. Or I can take off timber in the two regions in the far north. We can produce technology that is able to fell trees, and then we learn we teach students on how to convert those tree logs into timber and then produce quality products that can be sold to the outside market. So submit.
Thank you. I think he's bringing a very important issue here. He's proposing for a specific livelihood analysis in terms of the geographical location of these innovation hubs. If Omaheke is good in livestock production, for instance, so the establishment of the hub, of the innovation hub, should go along with that livelihood. I think that's what he was trying to say. Mr. Sharane, very briefly.
Yes, if you read the science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa, it proposed 4 pillars, and those are the pillars that I can actually think we should use as a guiding principle. First one, infrastructure development. it's important that we have to see, even to solicit funds to make sure that we create that innovation hub by developing infrastructure. In our case, for example, we do have the facilities that is constructed so that in the area that is designated for us to create that innovation hub. Yeah, so that infrastructure development. The other one is innovation and entrepreneurship, where we have entrepreneurship and innovation as a qualification. Currently, we do have it as a standalone uni standard, but I think we need to have it as a qualification that is actually going to be very practical, not so much of people sitting and writing. And I think we have learned the new word now, authentic assessment. That should be the approach in terms of the innovation entrepreneurship qualification that we need to have to complement that technical component. The third one is institutional capacity. And institutional capacity in terms of equipping our staff members, our trainers to be able to develop that knowledge and expertise, to be able to mentor and our trainees and coach our trainees and aspiring entrepreneurs, and also to coach them in terms of the development of a business plan, design-based research, very practical project that can actually help for these people to develop that bankable business plan. But to do that, you need to have that institutional capacity in terms of the human capital. The last one is the enabling environment, and that speaks to the component of the policy framework. Of course, then we have to now start reaching out to the government agency to see how we can be able to organize those networking sessions. The example that was our colleague from the Directorate of Tvet, I think they've done a brilliant job. In last month, they've had a conference where the basic education and Tvet came together to discuss the synergy that we can create in between Tvet and basic education. And I think my appeal to them is actually that we also have such a conference where we are going to discuss about innovation in Tvet, and we bring all the stakeholders in one room, and then we are ready to support that. And I think when we follow these 4 pillars proposed in STI, STIFA strategy, I think it's going to help us, and those are my proposals.
Mr. Gautena, very briefly.
Thank you. And, you know, from the perspective of the tertiary, field, we just started. We had a benchmarking visit to Finland, and we saw, innovation hubs that are very big, and it was serving the institutions. And I think for the Namibian setups, we need to start very small, and then probably we do some benchmarking within our own institution and see what are the benefits, and the industry themselves can also see what are the benefits in establishing these hubs.
Thank you very much to all the panel members for your contributions. I will now open the floor to the House. If you have your question, please ensure that you make it very brief, instead of telling us the whole story, but at least try to summarize straight to the point.
I start. Oh.
Okay, thank you. My question is directed to the 2 center managers who are on the panel. I hope I'm not going to put you into trouble in your response, because from your honest truth, are you given enough latitude for you to operate? Are all the barriers removed for you to operate freely in order to bring these hubs into fruition? Because there are some limitations in how you operate, probably because of your terms of reference or because of how the institution was set up. My second question is actually about what we are discussing. It's to do with innovative solutions driven by industry. And in your presentation and in what you were talking about, I did not hear a mention of where you are going into the industry or where you are inviting the industry to come back. Mr. Chirare, you mentioned that you wrote letters. And at times, maybe you need to change the approach to get the industry more involved. Because I think for as long as the industry is not taking a center stage in what you are doing, you have limitations in having it industry-driven, because that's what I saw on the topic in which the things that you are discussing. Yes, you mentioned about funding, but there are also situations where you're not just looking at products. It can also be services that you can provide. So if you have a center, you have a lot of projects, I think, from your students, where you can pick up good projects, get into the innovation hub, and then escalate it. Instead of just making model chairs for your assessment, you do something which you can actually sell to the general public, or get the industry to get innovative ways of manufacturing things. 3 months ago, from our project, we took some of your instructors and we took them on job attachment. I was very excited. I'll withhold the name of the instructor who was from Okakarara, but from the automotive industry. The instructor or the trainer was brilliant. In the first day, they were even giving him the cars to test drive vehicles, to do tests. And when I visited, they were saying, we wish we could get this guy into our institution. So from the back of my mind, I'm saying you have got the capacity. But what is failing you to reach that level? I think yesterday we also told that, some of the instructors are out of date. Some, not all, but some are out of date. Probably in the innovation hubs, this is where you can get them also being recycled or updated, so to speak. Because if you are getting the industry already coming to your institution, that can help. I see the moderator is looking at me. I will end there.
I'm actually trying to remember all the questions. I think they were, you took note of the questions. Okay, thank you very much. Then we recognize Dr. Smata.
Thank you. My question would be more relevant to Mr. Sherare as well, but I think the entire team might be able to provide guidance. In their discussions, I noted one thing that I'm quite not sure of. So my question is there an operational framework that the installation of the hubs is following? When they were speaking, I was thinking of one of the old operational frameworks. Some of you might remember the ADI. We called it the ADI: analyze, design, develop, implement, implement and evaluate. So the hubs, would they benefit if they were to pick something like that? If they were to pick an operational framework of that nature, I think it would also cover the question of my senior there. It would also timely bring in the element of the triple Ps, because then in your analysis, you are going to see the needs. Who needs to be involved before you design? So are these hubs following any structural kind of framework of operation where we can say at this current cycle now we are operating at optimum or at our maximum capability, in short?
Thank you very much, Dr. Smata. I think I'm seeing, okay.
Okay, mine is not a question this time because the limbo will kill me if I speak for more than 1 minute. We, as I mentioned, I'm giving some solution, we are planning. As I mentioned, our project, we are coordinating work with Green Hydrogen, NTA, Green Hydrogen Program, NTA, GIZ Pro, Tvet, to produce a plan. What all EU funding should fund over the next 3 years to 5 years. That is one of my key deliverables, that plan. We have a workshop in Kitmans to get views from everyone here who was invited, all the VTCs, most of the VTC principals were invited, what we should put into that plan, which I have to submit by the end of the year. Now, it's funding, it's a 3-year plan, quite
a lot of money in terms of millions of euro. So this idea, please, principals who are coming to the workshop, let's bring it up, discuss it at the Kitmas workshop. It's a 3-day planning workshop where we're getting views from you, what should be funded, so that we put it in the plan and ensure it's covered under those funds. It won't start in January, maybe. A lot of the money will be ready by the mid of the year, I think, mid of next year. But still, if it's in the plan, it will be funded, at least by the EUD as far as possible. But if it's not in that plan, it won't be funded. So I'm emphasizing those coming, all these ideas from this workshop. My colleagues are here. Martin is there, is one of our drivers. Wilkinson, Limbo is here. We're listening. We're taking note. Let's discuss this at the workshop and put it in the plan. At least there might be some money from EUD side to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me start off by doing damage control from yesterday. I did not introduce myself. My name is Junius Jacob. I am the center manager of Inana Vocational Training Center in Wangwena region. Yeah. Mine for today is that I just feel that as a sector responsible for producing artisans, we are not very well represented in terms of international relations. Yeah, because there's a saying that you learn the name of a dog from your neighbor. Okay, it's an African proverb. Yeah, and then this is issues of things like innovation hubs. You have to learn these things from the best of the world, those that are advanced in Tvet. Yeah, and then this have to happen through international relations. Our ministry is responsible for international relations. I'm not too sure if in the countries where we have ambassadors and commissioners, the people that are giving support to these people that are coming from the Tvet sector, for them to I think the mic is. I think it's okay now. Yeah. So opportunities are out there, many of them, but it has to start with coordination, identifying the opportunities and coordinating, forming teams that can then be mobilized to those developed countries where we can go for benchmarking. And then when we send out those people, it should not just be entirely a team of public VTCs, but it should be a mix, a well-constituted team of both public and private vocational training providers. And then also in terms of portfolios, it's not just be the seniors, center managers and head of trainings and the CEOs. We should include the trainers, the instructors in those delegations. So only then, because they are the ones that are coming to implement and give support to our trainees, so that they can then come or put into practice those innovative ideas that we are witnessing or seeing whenever we go out there to learn. And then another problem I have identified is a culture of station of, you see something or you go out there to benchmark, and then you come here, and then time passes and nothing happens, you don't implement. But so we need to do these things aggressively. Once you come up with or learn an idea, put it into practice and then let it bring fruition. I so submit. Thank you.
I think we can take one more question, and then I can give the opportunity to the panel members to reflect on the questions.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Kachire from the RIK Technical College. I actually had a question for the panelists, except for Prof, because I see the panelists are all from the public VTCs, and I'm from the private. Don't the panelists think that the government made a mistake by taking over the VTCs, removing the modular system and bringing the new system, CPET? My question actually culminates from the following. I left for Tvet in 1983 as an apprentice to CTM. I'm now almost 43 years in Tvet. Before independence, it was a responsibility of the mining industries to train Tvet. And they were only three: CTM, TCL, and Rosing. Transnamib also trained, but they have to affiliate with one of those mining sectors to register their trainees for training for traitors preparations and traitors itself. Now the thing is, government took over, and then the industry does not recognize that system that the government implemented. But what I have learned is, if something works, don't replace, just improve. So we're supposed to keep the modular system and improve on it. Today we could not sit in this scenario. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your contributions. I think for now, I would appeal to the House that I allow the panel members to attend to the questions first, and then we can take extra, maybe 2 or 3 questions thereof.
Okay.
If we agree.
Maybe I was going to just shoot one last. If you agree.
I agree.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me appreciate the panelists and also the comments that have been made. Mine is not a question, but it's just a contribution from the experience of Malawi and Zimbabwe. That's what we are talking of. These countries, they're already doing it. For example, in Zimbabwe, but they refer to this as technoparks. I would know the difference between the innovation hub and technoparks. But case for Zimbabwe, annually, the institutions, actually, they've got some competitions. And of late, for the past 2 years, it was the Harare Institute of Technology, which was actually leading in terms of coming up with innovative products coming from institutions. So it's just a motivation to say that what we are talking of is already being implemented by other countries. Let us aggressively pursue it and ensure that we implement. It's a noble idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions. Let me see if there are still people with questions. Okay. There is one hand, but we will give you a chance after they have reflected to the questions. Okay, I now give an opportunity to the panel members to respond to the questions, but most of the questions were directed to Mr. Sharare, if I'm not mistaken, but I hope other panel members will assist him in responding to some of the questions. Mr. Sharare, be brief to each question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, in terms of stakeholders' participation in our innovation and entrepreneurship, maybe I forgot to mention that apart from the letters that we wrote, we actually followed it up with engaging all the stakeholders, discussing with them, and also inviting them to the event, but also we skip just minimum. But there are a number of them who participated, but we received minimum participation. Barriers is the most difficult one. And I need to be honest, because otherwise if I'm not dishonest, I will add out of my character. We are over-regulated. Even if you are to go into an agreement with IUM, first you must prepare a memorandum of understanding. Now I'm speaking like a Zimbabwean. Prepare the memorandum of understanding, then you have to send it to the CEO. The CEO have to edit it, then the legal secretary must give it back to you. It is very frustrating. Again, the other one is the Public Procurement Act. We have a production unit, and we can be able to do a lot. We really need to do a lot. But now, if you are having a project in Okanja, you are renovating the facilities, and now you need to paint. So you must now start looking for a quotation for a paint and come back. The procurement officer must now look for 3 quotations and issue a purchase order before you get the paint. And because of that, even in our project that we have been having, we have lost a lot of money in our production unit. It is not that we cannot be able to fund this innovation entrepreneurship hub ourselves. We can be able to do that, but we are too over-regulated. And I had a discussion with Beris yesterday. He said, no, we are going to outperform you guys from a public VTC because we can do things ourselves, but you guys seems to be reporting too much, and now we have to follow different procedures and stuff. Those are the things that really make it difficult for us to actually be able to generate revenue and to be able to function independently. In terms of the operational framework, we are actually, the whole idea of innovation entrepreneurship is a new idea that we just started in innovating ourselves as institution. Rundu VTC started, and once Nana VTC or started in Okakara VTC, but it's something that we are trying ourselves. It's not that we have got another coordinated approach that is actually going to guide us in terms of how we should be able to implement this. It's something that we are driving from our side. So, frankly speaking, there is no particular operation framework, and we are just finding everything as we walk. It's just like a baby growing and start crawling and all this. We just learn as we go. We don't have a particular operating framework. And I think the recommendation was made for us to see that maybe that should be coordinated. Let's visit one particular country where there is successful implementation of this innovation hub, and then probably we can develop a framework that can guide us to actually roll out this innovation entrepreneurship hub. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any panel member who want to chip in 2-3 sentences only?
Mr. Jindi is asking a very delicate question. Please, I want to protect my job. I will not answer that question. And I think it's quite important for you to understand who regulates Tvet in Namibia. Okay? The ministry is here, but the NTA is not here. And I think that question is directed to them. Moses have done it, but I think he's maybe protected. On the other side, the doctor there asked about a framework. I spoke about developing a strategy or a framework or a plan. And it's in the same way that will help us to implement this. Of course, we have been running what we call production unit, where we are just producing quite a number of things, chairs and repairing. But they might not necessarily be a framework. And for us to start, we need to create one. It's in the form of a strategy, and it will help the VTC to actually go ahead with it. But generally, it's doable. If you go to a country like Rwanda, they've implemented the innovation hub. It's there, and it's working. And I think the last one to Mr. Shindi in terms of industry, I think the last statement that I made, I said it's in 3 steps. Where a student comes with an idea, the third one is you really auction and you create, and the third one you are talking now to the industry will also advise you. They are also there to make money. They are not there to create your ideas, and any idea is money. So one way or the other, there must be a balance between what you are creating and what the industry also need, because they don't necessarily have time to come to you. And I think Mr. Gachire said some schools were owned by CDM, I think the other mine in Tsumeb, and I think Rossing, if you can call. Yes, it is. And we just need to ensure that this kind of innovation hub is also attached to the industry so that they buy in and they understand what you're trying to do. And they will definitely come when they have kind of problem that they're experiencing in terms of, let me say it's an automotive industry and they are experiencing a challenge. They can come to this innovation hub to say, can you create a solution to our problem? And that can only happen if there is marriage between the innovation hub and healthy marriage anyway, between the innovation hub and the industry. I shall submit.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether you'd like to make any contribution. I think they have attempted to respond to all the questions. Maybe perhaps I can just give an opportunity for one person to pose the question to the panel members. There was a hand somewhere. Everything is covered. Okay. Now,
thank you so much. Let me just, mine is not really a question, but it's maybe a comment and food for thought as it were. One that I want us to reflect on is the curriculum. We need to look at our curriculum, and we must say these things to one another frankly. The issue of whether you have modular or CBET, it's not the issue here, to me. It's not that. The issue is the content thereof. The thrust that you use, whether you use a modular approach or you use a CBET approach, it's not the issue. CBET actually has a lot of also advantages in terms of lending itself to flexibility, in and out of the system and all that. So that is not the issue. The issue is, what is it that you teach the students when they get out of your center? What is the outcome of your training programs? That's what we need to look at. So we must look at our curriculum. And I always say to people, I'm from the 70s. I am a product of Agustinium. I still remember what I was taught then. I have a child who went through our system. It's not a better mechanic more than me. But I did that course only for 3 months. He's not a better mechanic than me. He did it for 3 years. So those are the issues. I did welding. He's a motor mechanic. Kauteda is a motor mechanic. I did welding. But at least from that little bit that I got from Agustinium, I can still fix cars. Now, that is the content that I'm talking about. The other one is project-based learning. I think that's what he's talking about, Isaac. We need to look at how best to introduce project-based learning in our institutions. The overregulation, yes, is a problem, it's there. But we need to look at that. How can we make our system to function and that relationship between ourselves as institutions and the private sector? I've always been giving examples of, in other countries, whether you look at Germany, Korea, or you look in South Africa, the Opukavets of this world go into agreement with you. The workshop of motor mechanics, they take it over. It's their workshop. They furnish that workshop, they equip it, all their training take place at your facility. And therefore, you benefit from the relationship by having that relationship with them. That's what we need to look at as institutions. But this thing has got nothing to do with NTA. NTA should be regulating, should get out of this. That's what you should say. Say it and say it to him who is here from the ministry. Because that's what you want. There is no way you can make that difference as long as you are part of the NTA. As long as NTA does not understand what you are supposed to be doing. Say those things and say them to NTA. Say them to government too. Because that's what you want. You need a relationship between yourselves and the private sector. And that's the thing that should work. The issue...
Be very brief, Mr. Sirika.
Yes,
yes.
Yeah. No, I think generally I can say that's it. That should be okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for all the comments, colleagues. The panel members are from here, so that means we can still extend our conversation. We can still discuss during tea breaks. We can still call them. We can still email them. So thank you very much to the panel members. Indeed, the discussion was very fruitful, to say. I think before I allow them to take their seats, perhaps maybe they need to pause for a picture, just a quick one. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Briefly, I just wanted to say I just wanted to summarize what we can pick up from the discussion. There are 3 major points The first one is I remember very well the brother sitting in that corner suggested that if we are planning for others, it's much better or it's critical that we put those ones that we are planning for at the center of that development. So in other words, we cannot embark on a journey while those that we want to develop, we leave them behind. Secondly, in terms of policies, I spent most of my career as a policy analyst, I should admit that. During previous presentations, it was mentioned here that we have so many policies, but what we lack is the implementation. You'll find that if you go for instance, if you go to the Ministry of Industrialization, they have a specific policy that talks about entrepreneurship. We are as well covered in that policy. We are not excluded, right? So in terms of development policies, in terms of developing strategies, in terms of crafting these frameworks, we are all covered in these frameworks. It's a matter of us unpacking them and implementing as required. I didn't really wanted to comment that much on the issue of the curriculum, but I just wanted to share with you that I didn't do curriculum development, but the curriculum that I did was aligned to development. How we look at it is quite different from the teacher's perspective or in education perspective. In development perspective, we will say, we argue to say a curriculum can lead and can mislead the country. That's in terms of development. It can lead and it can mislead. How can it mislead? It can mislead if we are teaching irrelevant content. That's how it can mislead. It can lead in terms of addressing specific developmental issues. What are those issues that can help us to move from where we are to where we want to be? We are supposed to identify the critical developmental factors that can help Namibia to become an industrialized country. Now, what are those factors? We can give two. I can share two of them. Fisheries, agriculture, there are other factors. So what we are saying in development, or how we argue in development-related context, is to say the curriculum itself should in fact cover those critical areas. What we do not want is to produce graduates in agriculture, and yet those graduates cannot even make a small plot, a garden. That's in development related. We will have people with qualifications, but yet they are unable to work. If you were trained as an artisan, make sure that you are in that area for you to make your contributions. I have argued as well in some of the previous platforms where I worked before I joined the academia. In the public service, for example, you are trained as an economist, but you are employed as a prosecutor. Okay? I am trained as a lawyer. I'm supposed to be in court, is it? But I'm employed as a Tvet trainer, plumbing. These are some of the issues that we really need to sit around the table, all of us, if we are sincere in terms of developing this country. But otherwise, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. For myself, I'm handing over to Dr. Kata.
Thank you, Dr. Nico, and the panelists. Let's give another round of applause. Let's continue these conversations over a short tea break. When we come back, Mr. Isaac will give us a short presentation. Thank you. Ten minutes, please. $11 o'clock. We'll start with Mr. Isaac. Thank you. Welcome back. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Welcome back. Colleagues, let's begin. Prof is laughing at me. Thanks, Doctor. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. Great. Okay, colleagues, let's begin. I hope you enjoyed your tea. So I would like to introduce Mr. Isaac. Colleagues, come. Thank you. So actually, Mr. Isaac was not supposed to be on the panel that we just had. It was an oversight. So let's give an extra clap for his spontaneous support. Thank you so much. So I would like to introduce Mr. Isaac. He is a center manager of the Vocational Training Center in Anguediva. He has over 15 years of experience in vocational education, institutional leadership, and technical training. As center manager, he provides leadership that integrates education, industry, and innovation. He has successfully managed several government and institutional projects, including school renovations, classroom construction, and youth center development initiatives. These projects exemplify his belief that vocational education is not only about employability, but about empowering communities and supporting national development priorities through sustainable skill-based interventions. He is currently pursuing a Doctor of Business Administration at the University of Namibia. Let's welcome Mr. Isaac. Thank you so much.
Can I have a mic, please? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How are you? I'm okay, and it's good to be back here. I'm not too sure whether my presentation will make sense anymore because I was already a panel member here. So whatever I'm going to present, I believe it's almost what I've said here. And I want to say thank you for honoring me to actually give an oversight of or insight of what I've done. I did a mini study with the student of Valombola Vocational Training Center with the aim of understanding why are they not probably creating their own employment. Why do we have very high unemployment rate within our graduates? And that was a motive to really understand and actually to navigate to see how we can help them to probably set up better platforms and support mechanism so that they can perform better and perhaps create employment or companies for themselves and create employment for others. My name is Isaac, and I'm, as the moderator have said, I'm a center manager of Valombola VTC, and my background is coming from engineering. The presentation overview, just look at a bit of an introduction, the number that I was speaking here, and a bit of objectives, research methodologies, results or findings, discussions, and recommendations, and I conclude. Perhaps the recommendations or finding might be similar to what I've said already. And I do believe that there are professors here that might look at my methodology that I've used, but I believe it's a mini, and you help me further to strengthen it beyond Valombola VTC. We all are aware that entrepreneurship is a key driver of economic, socio-economic well-being of our country. If you see enterprises working, they are becoming more in terms of the economy, it's a good thing for a country and it's also good for employment within our society. It allows, if you have an entrepreneurial mind as a country, you are likely to create more jobs. And that's why entrepreneurship is a cornerstone for the socio-economic well-being of any country. Looking at 44.4 based on the statistic, percent of youth unemployment in Namibia, it might be different from what I have. Of course, it's through some document that I've read. You can clearly tell that youth are not employed. And I believe quite a number of activities that are happening, either demonstration indicates that youth are not employed. And to be specific, youth that are coming from Tvet centers. And despite that, there is a need or there is an investment that the government is putting to ensure that Tvet come the first or come number one in terms of job creation. It's still a challenge because young people are not yet employed. Whatever the reason, we might find out. And based on the research or survey that was done by the NTA, only 14.6% that have actually managed to start their businesses. We are also not sure whether these businesses are still active. That is a small number in Namibia. Meaning that if we create or we educate, we skill these people and they are not actually creating employment for others, then there is a problem. There is a question mark that we need, or there is a question that we need to answer. And Valombola being one of the, I think Mr. Kachire have indicated here, is one of the oldest center that was established by CDM to actually train people in those years. You need to be a pioneer of ensuring that unemployment rate in Namibia is tackled. And for us to do that, we need to understand what are the factors that are involved to actually eliminate this unemployment. And the mini study actually looked to explore the factors influencing trainees' entrepreneurial intention, their intention to create businesses, where I looked at personal, social, contextual, and psychological. By addressing this gap, it can help the Tvet sector to look at and probably see if it fits within your society or within your institution. And the findings that are here probably it will inform policymaker like the ministry, the NTA, curriculum designers to look, is it fit for us to do that? And strategies that need to be developed like what we were discussing here as a panel to ensure that we foster self-employment and also reduce dependency to the public jobs. We want to ensure that these young people also create their employment, and that is what the study is actually looking at, just to understand the basic personal view, how they feel, so that they probably be able to create and help them to create their businesses. The objectives is just basically to determine what actually, what influence their intentions, what are factors that influence their intentions, and probably what support mechanism can we bring in to just ensure that at least 1% of 900 students that we have can create a business. Whether it's successful, as long as they've created, it will help us to understand. And also to just examine the curriculum, to understand, are they happy? Are they seeing the curriculum preparing them to become entrepreneurs? Or can we add something to help them to create enterprises for themselves? And this is a bit of the research methodology that I have just that I have used. The population actually covered. We had around about 200 trainees in level 3 during that time, and there was no need for us to do sampling. Of course, we have taken the whole 200 to answer, because they are the ones who are exiting and they are likely to start their businesses. Of course, we could have also probably cascaded to even level 2, but we felt these are the ones that are going out of the school. And of course, it was a quantitative using a questionnaire, 5 Rickert scales, mostly strongly agree or disagree and so forth. And we looked at that, we validated based on the statistics. And of course, we also used linear regressions to test and ensure that, and also correlations in different aspects using PSS. Now, looking at the statistics, it tells us that based on the data that I have corrected, 65.6 are male, which means that male are still dominant, especially as you are looking at more technical field. They were still male, 65% were male students or trainees, and 34 were females. and 90% were below 30 years old, meaning that they are still youth. In other words, we might classify them youth. I don't know what is the average youth in Namibia, but I think it's 35, but they are still under youth. And 97, they are not married. Because if you are married, you might have a lot of responsibilities. You might be taking care of a husband or a wife. So it's easy for you to dedicate your life to a business. But if you are married, the husband might need a dinner. You might be, he might want you might want to eat, so you might not be able to work a bit overtime. So now, in terms of the demographic, it tells you that the majority of the Tvets are young, are married. Males is a bit biased, but you can see that females are also coming up, suggesting that there is a potential for youth entrepreneurship, meaning that these are still young people that can create businesses, and they have a long way. If you perfect their businesses, they can probably excel. Of course, they might fail, but they need support in one way or the other. In terms of correlations, the result or the finding that based on the data that we have collected, it indicates that we looked at the resources, we looked at career support, curriculum, and attitudes. And all these factors are correlated to an interest of starting a business. And they all had a significant or positive significant influence toward business creation or intentions. Now, however, personal attitudes has more, how do I put it, more strongest effects. If you have more confidence that I want to start a business, you are likely to pursue that. But those ones that might not, just seeing businesses, they might not. So based on this analysis, it also showed that these factors that, as I have indicated in terms of the factor that I wanted to explore, they have an effect. They become positive. If it's in a hypothesis, I think it becomes, yes, proven. So in other words, all factors had significant influence to the entrepreneurial intentions toward venture creations or business creations. In terms of discussions, what actually came out, what basically came out is that trainees who receive strong career support, let me say is from home, maybe the father is a business person. When he go to a business, he mentors his son or his daughter to say this is how you do business. They are likely or they are saying we want to become business people because they have seen it. They have more of a career support. And also if the trainer is also supporting them, because there are some trainers that are business people in their nature, so they are seeing what a trainer do probably in holidays. They want to emulate, and they've actually said, look, I want to be a business people. And also those that have looked at the curriculum, because if a curriculum is too theoretical, it doesn't allow practical, like what the panel members were saying here. And they see that someone have developed a product, and this product probably is being produced and being used in the market. They said we want to be business, especially those one. And also those one that have mindset, they have positive mindset, they have confidence, they believe they can be business people. They are saying we are likely to start our business. That's the outcome in terms of the result that we got when we actually corrected the data from these students. And all these ideas or key ideas actually supported in terms of literature, the theory of planned behavior and social cognitive theory, showing that belief, environment, and mindset shape entrepreneurial intentions. Once the environment is correct and the mindset is there, if you create this environment for students, as we were talking about Innovation Hub, these young people are likely to start businesses. If we provide finance, we provide platform for them to exercise their mind where they are creating ideas, they are likely to start enterprises at any given time. And they will definitely help this country to reduce unemployment rate. And the data that we have collected also indicated 93% of trainees intend to start businesses. Now, what does it tell us? It tells us that we need to invest more into what they want to do, especially in terms of training, support, the environment like the Innovation Hub that we are talking about, and also to actually give awareness to them in terms of how they can access the resources in terms of funds so they can start their businesses. However, there are barriers, and barriers are funding. I think my brother Moses have indicated here, funding is always key. I think there was a speaker here from DBN yesterday here talking about the funds are there. These people are aware. Are we doing awareness advocacy in terms of this is what is required of you? Do you have a proposal and how your proposal should be? And how do you access and how do you pay? What are the pros and cons of getting these loans? So this is what we need to do. There's also a barrier in terms of mentorship. There is no clear framework how to mentor these young people to become entrepreneurs. Isaac might not be a business person, but probably he might have skills to mentor. But those that are businesses are the ones that are supposed to help these young people. And of course, regulatory challenges. There's always, I think we are a bit sometimes bureaucratic in terms of how we regulate SMEs and young peoples. And we need to a bit soften and be flexible to ensure that these young people create businesses. In terms of findings, and I think, as I've indicated, the finding is that personal attitudes is the strongest predictor of entrepreneurial intentions, which means that trainees with confidence and motivations are likely to create businesses. If we continue to motivate our students and our trainees to create businesses, and we might, as an institution, create a business that works, they are likely to tap in and believe that it can be done. That is one thing. And also in terms of curriculum, career support and resources are still critical. We need to ensure that the curriculum is responding or it's educating these young people. The curriculum might be right, but probably the personnel are not properly trained to convey and ensure that these young people are becoming entrepreneurs. What I've seen in Spain, young people come and present their ideas, and investors are sitting in front. Now, 4 or 5 ideas move to the next stage, and there is money that is allocated to them. And until the last stage, investors might take to say, I want this idea from this student, buy this student with his ideas, and you will have a share, probably a 50%, on his idea in the company. I'll fund, I'll have the resources, and I want to fund his idea. And that's the approach the ministry, the NTA, and probably NAST and all other agencies can do, just to ensure that these young people are given platforms. In terms of support, we need to engage business people to speak to our young people. If ISA goes there and speaks to people who does not own a business, they might not believe, because I'm speaking from a theoretical point of view. So, but if you call a business person who have created a business from scratch, they are likely to buy in. And this is what we call about advocating for entrepreneurship. And also in terms of resources, we need to fund these young people with good ideas. But the challenge is, how do we protect their ideas? How is the law in Namibia about patent, your idea? If today I present my idea here, is there a possibility that someone can steal my idea and take it as his? He might have money, I don't have the money. So what are the platforms the ministry is pushing so that these young people understand, before you present your idea out in public, what do you need to do first? So these are some of the areas that we need to look at. I might be running a center, but I might also not have an idea of what is happening. Not necessarily me, but others. So again, we also need to look at, of course, how do we sensitize our curriculum and our trainers? And it speaks about continuous professional development. Human capital development is key. Our people, are they trained to actually convey the curriculum to these young people to become entrepreneurs? The ministry can invest in that, the NTA can invest in that, so that these young people can train and ensure that at least 60 to 70% is practical. This prototype that we are trying to do, student that went to Ethiopia, this is what we're supposed to be doing on everyday basis or every year in terms of trying to sensitize entrepreneurship in Namibia. basic recommendations. Incorporate business funding and regulation in Tvet curricula. Let us ensure that our curricula is training people how you register a business from scratch, how you craft a proper business plan. Proper. Not a paper just to throw it away. No, a proper business plan that the Development Bank of Namibia will accept. Because yesterday the gentleman was speaking to say you just need a proposal. What is the template? How is the content? How is the flow? If our curriculum can implement, and this goes to now human capital development, the trainer that trained these qualifications, if we can do that, we are likely to get better results. Same apply to, we can also conduct a bit of a national study. Of course, the NTA can do that, the ministry can do that. What are the factors that are really affecting? Because this one is quite limited to Valombola VTC. But if we go countrywide, we might get different results or outcome. And therefore, it's very important for us to look at it and zoom in to see how do we help. I think a few weeks ago, a number of youths gotten some funding, if you can recall very well. How do we actually sustain and ensure that we keep up and these young people create businesses? And again, we must also go to mentorship and partnership. And I think a few of Mr. Shindi have spoken about how do you involve the industry? How do you mentor someone to become an entrepreneur? Do we have expertise, me as Isaac, to mentor someone to become an entrepreneur? Do we need the industry probably to mentor our student better so that they can create employment? These are a few questions that we need to answer. And I think with Mr. Ndakorute at our disposal, we are likely to get better answers. And lastly, UVTC trainees showed strong entrepreneurial intention. They want to become business people. But probably the platform is not there. Isaac Ndipwashimwe and his team never provided it. And that's the reason why we did these studies. We need to look at the institutional policies and guidelines so that we can support these students. We might not wait for the government to come to our rescue, but as an institution, we need to start today. And it's very important for us to look at some of these factors. And the study actually supports factors that drive entrepreneurial mindsets, business creation, and self-reliance. Again, the last point speaks to what we're discussing here, Innovation Hub. Innovation Hub is a key to unlock the entrepreneurial mindset of our student. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Can we have 4 questions, if that's okay?
Are they still asking me questions? I think I've answered all the questions. When I was sitting here, I'm not expecting any question, please. I also want to warn you, please don't ask about the method I've used. I'm not ready to I'm not ready to go in details about it. But I'll give you in detail in terms of the papers. What is important is the recommendations. I know there are many doctors that will that will put me on the spot. So, yeah, but I will leave it to you to answer anyway, Dr. Christophine.
Okay, man. Okay, yeah, thank you. It's Günther again, of course, agricultural background, small enterprises in agriculture. Many graduates have the capacities to engage in small-scale production, vegetable production. What they need is land and water, which is freely available. But the first thing is access to land is a problem in Namibia. Every square meter is allocated to somebody and people are not willing to share it, unless it's a family farm. So access to land needs to be addressed. Secondly, they need a little bit of money to get started. Usually it's a water pump and pipeline, a bit of fencing. $50,000 will do to make the big difference. So people are stranded. They have to submit a business plan. They know how to grow crops, but they don't know how to write a proper business plan. No need to do a different qualification in writing a business plan. So get somebody who does it for them. You know, and that's what we have to do to bring them together. The question is, how do the training centers interact with partners like Development Bank of Namibia or AgriBank to assist them to provide funding? How do they interact with the government ministry, whoever is responsible to assist in providing land, access to water? That are the two things which we need to integrate. We need to get people from the outside, expose them to students. We need some information days. We need to enable students to interact with AgriBank, Development Bank, with the local authorities to find solutions to the needs to get started as entrepreneurs. The question is, how far can that be facilitated? Thank you.
I think that one is more of a comment. I will not be able to answer on how far, but I think you agree with what I've presented here to say resources is one of the barriers. And I think with Development Bank of Namibia that has been here, we need probably to sensitize them in ensuring that they are providing this information to say, even within Development Bank of Namibia, you can get a loan to actually acquire land or to acquire funds so that you can clear land. Maybe you can lease or whatever it is. So these are platforms that we need to create, and I think the ministry is here, represented by the Deputy Director in Tvet. He can probably liaise with these kind of agencies so that they can speak to different training providers countrywide, so that this information is well communicated and they are aware of it. So, but I thank you.
Okay. Yeah, mine is also just an input, just to emphasize that many a times we attend graduations, and then we hear just the graduates being told, okay, we have done our part, now we are throwing you in the pool and you are on your own. Yeah, so be it for job hunting or for entrepreneurship. So I feel we are doing half a job. I know it's not in our mandate to secure a job and business opportunities for these products of ours, but I feel we should somehow facilitate so that we can then have many of them employed and then also start businesses. And then with this, I want to suggest that maybe we need to have a kind of a platform, or maybe it may be an alumni website for all the Tvet graduates, maybe in collaboration with the Ministry of Labor, that we then administer and get it updated. And then on this platform, then there will be then inspirations from graduates that have made it to inspire others so that they can maybe then also follow suit. Yeah, and we have learned from presentations from day 1 year of this conference that the graduates, our graduates, mainly the Tvet ones, they lack employability skills, the soft skills that they require to be able then to prosper. Yeah, I know there is that program of the Japanese, the JICA on employability. They started and yeah, you know, things go slow. We need let's move. Let things go concurrently so that we achieve something to help our graduates. I saw something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac. Again, let me reintroduce myself briefly. Nicholas Limbo from Namibia Green Hydrogen Program. Part of my role entails also what we refer to as local content and enterprise development. Now, we have been doing quite some work within that space with partners, consultants from the World Bank. I will tell you that I think my colleague Martin Wilkinson from Hyphen would concur, because I think they've also done some work in terms of outreach work, trying to sort of establish, collect data around SMEs and how SMEs are structured across the country. We are sort of working on that, you know, visualizing the sort of scale of construction, procurement, and product and service offerings for the envisaged green hydrogen projects that will be taking off across the country. It is shocking to learn that as you interrogate this data, we have gone to the extent that we have gone to speak to the banks, we have gone to speak to DBN, the commercial banks. Of course, NCCI has not been very useful. It's very difficult to get hold of data on how SMEs and local, small enterprises are organized. And I think part of what could help us would be if Tvet providers in particular could be keeping an updated database of how Tvet graduates could be organized in terms of those that are pursuing perhaps, trying to pursue MMCE opportunities as organizing themselves into small businesses. I don't know, the NTA are not here, but the ministry is here. I think the NTA would rightly say they are adequately represented by the VTCs that are here. I don't know if there's been any work in that area. And again, the other issue that I need to emphasize what my colleague from Inana VTC is saying, in terms of, we are not looking at we are not only looking at the quantity of potential SME providers, practitioners out there, but you are looking at the quality of those potential SME practitioners. And that implies that perhaps there might be a need for us to look into possibilities of organizing these young Tvet graduates, maybe into small little cooperatives so that they are sort of further developed and capacitated to improve the quality of their product offering, because that is very critical for some of these emerging industries in terms of the quality of the work that they expect from the SME enterprises locally. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Moderator. I think. Okay. I have the floor, please. Dr. Juniors, I have the floor, please. I can only take two questions. If there is a question or comment, and I will leave this podium. So please bear with me. Unfortunately, any discussion can happen after that. But I will allow you to speak. And that I think there was another hand there, and only three. So the rest is we're going to have discussions, and if need be. Yes, Doc, please go ahead. No question, please comment.
Why are you running away? Yeah, the first one is a comment. I'm excited that I see people from the VTCs coming to this event and do presentations of their findings. I think last time in the previous conference, we also had about 2 or 3. I think I'm excited. And it's just that I want to us to continue let's do research. It doesn't necessarily have to be a study towards a qualification. Let's do research to understand our issues, okay? I've heard people talking about a tracer study. Let's use our graduates to find out. We talked about curriculum and mismatch. Let's collect data from our graduates to find out this mismatch, whether it's real or it's a myth, The question is very simple. Given the results that personal mindset ranked out to be the top of all those factors you tried to look at, would you recommend that entrepreneurship be a compulsory subject for everyone or an elective subject? Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Tsepo Niki Boys. I come from the Korihas Vocational Training Center. You said about ideas being stolen. So here in Namibia, we have quite a bit business registration bodies. Which of those business bodies do you think we can use to register our ideas with, so that, as you were saying, our ideas are not being stolen? Because I also have an idea I have to go present within an hour or so. How sure am I my idea is not going to be stolen? Because it's not under my trademark.
Congratulations for your academic encounter. It's quite a very interesting study. Just want to find out on the target group, what makes you to select the existing target group that is in the system, level 2, level 3, instead of the target group that has already graduated to unleash the impediments that this target group is encountering in terms of, establishing their enterprises, which can also inform the hubs, what are the variables you should focus on, and so forth and so on.
Thank you. I think from
a comment from behind.
The floor is not given to you, Comrade David, but you can shoot, please.
Thank you very much, Tata Isaac. It's just a comment, it's not a question. The aspect of entrepreneurship is not every trainee or graduate that is going to be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is supposed to be embroidered with a passion from within a person. And secondly, my only concern is we have different agencies in Namibia, including government agencies, going out internationally to do some benchmarking in terms of best practice. But we have potential trainees in classes who are not part of those trips to see what best practices are being done internationally. So what we need to do, our starting point should be, let's involve the young people when these people are going to benchmark and see best practice of other people outside there in those trips so that they can see and also yield something out of it. I thank you.
Thank you, Vainga. It's a good comment. I'll probably comment, and then the professor can round up. Well, Mr. Juniors, thank you. I think we have the key to implement what you have suggested, to just ensure that we meet the government halfway also, and also to meet the industry halfway. And I think we are at liberty to ensure that our people are given these platforms so that they can exercise their skills. In terms of a database, yes, the VTC are keeping their database, but they might not be holistic. But if we have a national database, we believe that probably we can get better understanding, that we can also allow us to create a group, and you will understand how they are performing. But as an individual training provider, you might keep your own. But if you need to get a holistic approach, you need to get a national database where you can actually extract and see where are the graduates of the past 5 years, what are they doing? Like the universities, NAST is doing, and UNAM is doing, and many others. In terms of protecting your ideas, unfortunately, I'm not an expert in how you protect the ideas. The only thing I understand is that ideas, it's not yours until it's registered that it's yours. Because if you are speaking, Isaac speaking to say, I want to create a podium like this one, and you realize you can do it and you do it, there is nothing you can do if it was not registered anyway. And there are different agencies that you can use to register your idea. That's what I was saying, to say people, our students need to be told, how do you protect your idea? Okay? But I won't be able to give you an answer to say, how do you protect your idea at this point in time? I might end up giving you information that is not correct, because there are people that are vested to do that. Dr. Juniors, yes, we want to do that, but sometimes perhaps the skill is not there. That's why I'm saying human capital development must be there, so that people are educated to conduct a basic research. Just 3, 4, 5 pages, just to understand the narratives, the operations of how you do. Sometimes we also need to invest in our people to train them how to conduct this, either a qualitative or mixed method research, just simple, to understand how your students are performing or your trainers are performing, and it will help you to actually create strategies to help the operation of the institution. It's an area that we need to do as Tvet training providers. It's very important, it's there, but perhaps the skill is not there within the people that we have in the system. And I believe together we can find a way navigate. Entrepreneurship, yes, it can be. And I think my brother Ivan there indicated it's again subjected to a person, but if we can make maybe compulsory to everyone, it can. And those that are not interested, they won't take that path. Those that are interested, they are likely to get a better understanding and they might pursue that career. I think that, forgot the name, is it Levy? Tade Levy? Yeah, I didn't get your question quite well. I think you asked about why did I go for level 3. The database in terms of students that are in the market is quite also challenging to get. And it's quite important for us to understand with those ones that are about to exceed. And it will help those ones that are within the system so that we can create a platform for them. Because they are already there, and they will exceed probably in 2 or 3, 4 months. It will give us a better understanding based on what they have learned for the past 3 or 4 months in terms of the skills that they have obtained, the first 2 years, and also the last 5 months before they sit for exam. It will inform us whether these students are ready to embark upon. Those ones that are in the industry or probably they are at home, they might already have started their business, some of them. They might be among the 14% that have started. It might not give us a clear output, but generally we can still run the whole setup in terms of our students that have completed in Varombola. But holistically, we can do it as a nation, and the NTA can probably help in that regard. So with that, I think I've looked at all the comments and questions, and probably I can give to the professor to round up.
Thank you very much. It's very bold for you to come and present your research here. It's crucial that we need to present the research here because research informs your practice informs your curricular transformation. I want to give you 2 scenarios. Entrepreneurship is very important. We make the mistake in South Africa to remove entrepreneurship out of our curriculum. The politicians then realize that they make that mistake. So now, 3 years ago, we started now to do the following strategy. Number 1, we integrate entrepreneurship across the curriculum. Whether you're teaching English, languages, mathematics, science, it's across. Give you an example. If a teacher resigned from the system, the teacher knows how to set up a business and how to start a school. That is what. My student here in Namibia did already the field work. So the field work for a PhD, it's about why is there a decrease in common subject in Namibian schools. That is a big worry for me and for what we found in our preliminary results is that the common subject is a major movement that schools are no more wants to take accounting, economics, business studies, and entrepreneurship. And your study is very vital for that case. What we then proposed that we will have an integrated cross-curriculum in schools, and we need to present that research to the ministry. I will be here with my student, and we will present that research. It's very important to influence the policies so that Namibia is not making the same mistake that South Africa make to remove entrepreneurship out of the schools. That's why we're sitting today with the age between 15 and 35 years is 62%. It's a major shift. And we're sitting on possibly a revolution. If the students, young people in South Africa stand up, they can remove the government. They can remove them through vote. So they are the majority in the country. So I hope Namibia not making the same mistake that I was doing in South Africa to remove that. And your research is so vital. And this is a crucial component that you are busy with. It's not a small thing, Isaac. It's a major thing that you are busy with. And you need to drive that. It's very important. Because that young man asked if I have an idea, what he's doing with that idea. So that is the nurturing of ideas through entrepreneurship. And so we now teach across the curriculum entrepreneurship. You see? So at the end of the day, when you retire, when you go out of the system, you start a business. You know the skills, of entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship do? Thank you. I conclude that.
Thank you. I think you have actually summarized, and I want to say thank you. I don't know where is Doc, the moderator.
All right, thank you. All right, I don't know where is Dr. Carter, but anyhow, I'm the next one. Then before I give myself a floor, I would like to thank Dr. Isaac for the job well done. And Dr. Gata is here, but unfortunately I gave myself already the floor. Thanks so much. And your presentation reminds me the conversation that I had with one of the VTC where I went. And I asked the colleagues to say, but why are you not active when it's come to research? And the answer I got, it was, the person who is responsible for research is Windhoek-based. And I was so shocked. I could say shocked if it was still at high school. Dr. Isaac, job well done, and you want the more of Dr. Isaac next at the next Tvet conference. Dear delegates, here I need to perform miracle. Why am I saying so? Because I'm starting at a time where it's supposed to end. According to the program, I was supposed to finish by 12 o'clock, and now it's 12 o'clock. If you round mathematically, you can see we are there. That's why I have to perform miracle to finish within the time that I'm starting. Without wasting time, colleagues, we are moving to the panel discussion, where we are going to look at preparing Tvet institution to develop the workforces for the jobs of tomorrow. Please assist me to welcome the following panel members. Mr. Bartholomeus Schlecker, please make your way forward. He's the founder for educational technology, which is EduTech globally. Then I also want to welcome Mr. Jan Norman from University of Bremen, that's from Germany. You can make your way forward, sir. Then I would like also to welcome Mr. Abraham Ndakuluta, the Deputy Director of Tvet in the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sport, Art, and Culture. Then lastly, I would like to welcome Mr. Nginomenwa Gabriel Erastus. Please, sir, make your way forwards. Okay. What happened is that, colleagues, I have to perform miracles, as I said, and it might be that the number of questions will be reduced, and I will engage you less, then I can give the floor to the delegates so that they can engage you. Our discussion is based on how to prepare Tvet institutions to develop workforce for jobs of tomorrow. Then our first question, how can Tvet institution reduce, no, let me rephrase it better. How can Tvet institution redesigns their curricula to align with emerging industrial and technology shaped by the fourth industrial revolution? Or I can say it again. How can Tvet institutions redesign their curricula to align with emerging industries and technology shaped
by the fourth industrial revolution. It's open. Yeah, it's open. These are academic questions.
Thank you so much. As it was said, my name is Bartholomew Shilaka. It's a good question, Dr. Lovi. With this, I can start off with a paradigm shift that needs to align with the basic technological usage, both into Tvet institution and the industry. Number one, focusing deeply on machine learning simulations that needs to be integrated into various aspects of education, industry, and usage of digitalization. Number two, we can also align to, because we are now moving towards the fifth industrial revolutions, and by the way of look, we are still struggling within the fourth one in terms of EdTech and Tvet ecosystem. The other thing that I can also give elaborative within the alignment of the curriculum is most of the technology in the industry. When we send our trainees to job attachment, the industry is crying mostly to us, Tvet providers, that look, please enhance the navigations into technology usage in your classrooms or in your Tvet institutions in terms of the training programs. A good example, I came from the automobile technology background. I'm a Tvet instructor, so to say. And when I give these identities to my employer, it will be handedly because the curriculum is coming from the top part. Hence, the curriculum developers are in this room. The policymakers are also in this room. This is the right time also to integrate digitalization within the curriculum. And that's where we believe in too. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Abraham.
Thank you. Is the mic on? I think, you know, I need to pick up from where we just had the presentation from Isaac. And Christophine said something very important after the presentation from Isaac, and it's the issue of research. I think in our sector, we've really not taken research seriously as a sector. And this is especially true for training institutions. The reality now is that in terms of qualifications development, and obviously by implication in terms of making sure that curriculum is aligned to industry needs, it's a top-down approach, and it can't work like that. A training institution cannot rely on a centralized authority to tell them that, look, these are the needs. As a centralized body, we feel that at the regional level, you need to choose, handpick from our shopping list in terms of what you want to offer, and then you start offering. These are the numbers that you could possibly offer in terms of this particular occupational area. Start training. Training institutions need to play a different role now. They need to look at their community. They need to understand what are the curriculum needs in our community. What are the industries? I mean, that's basic research. What industries do we have in a region? In our 14 political regions, what industries do we have? If Nakayale has to look around the area in which they operate, what are the training needs in that particular area? And then meet those training needs. Response. Very, very quickly, very quick responses are needed to address those training needs. But then, once we nationally develop that approach, we also need to look at the issue of technology. We are not making use of technology in our training interventions, and for training to be relevant, for training to make sense in the area in which we are working right now, you need to look at how you can bring in technology. Prof, I missed the name, but he brought in the issue of AI, and it was a very captivating presentation when it comes to the use of AI in education. we are not using artificial intelligence, artificial systems, or these large language models in our training ecosystem, because we ourselves in our training ecosystem don't understand these large language models or these AI systems. But there's particular relevance for them in all our occupational areas. Agriculture is the one that he brought forward, where we could use drone systems linked to autonomous systems to measure crop fields, to identify diseases on crops as they are moving, and those things need to make their way into training, but we are not responsive because we are relying on centralized training coordination, centralized training delivery, and that model, like I said in my keynote the first day of this particular engagement, it does not make sense. Industry is being basically ignored because they are not being brought into the training environment. We are not considering that they need the skills, and they don't need the skills yesterday. They don't need the skills now. They needed the skills ages ago, but because we are not responsive, we cannot meet those immediate training needs from industry. So those are my two interventions, Comrade Moderator. The first one is we need to give our institutions the flexibility to develop their training programs. The second one is that we need to bring in new age training methods. AI needs to come in. Simulations from my brother Bartholomew's needs to come in. The issue of autonomous learning systems, all those things need to come into the training environment for us to be relevant as a sector.
Thank you. We pass it.
Okay. I think mine is off. Or
we pass it on.
Okay.
If it's not working, you can go for plan B.
All right. Yeah, thank you. We need to understand certain things. Institutions are just structured in place. What matters are the people who are leading them. If I may ask you, how many of you read NDP 6? How many of you read NDP 6? What are the strategic sectors that are there highlighted where we are going? Most of you are all from the Tvet. How many of you read NDP 6? And if you haven't read NDP 6, if you haven't read our industrialization agenda or how our economy is performing, which sectors are performing what, how will you set up a curriculum for the Tvet sector? If you have no basic understanding of economic building and where we are going, as somebody who set a curriculum, how are you going to prepare the kids? How are you going to respond? Tvet are institutions. What matters are the people who are leading them. If the person who is in charge of a sender does not even lead quarterly GDP figures from NSA, how is he or she going to prepare the kids to be the future or to be entrepreneurs? So what is important is that the people that we put in charge have a basic understanding of commerce. When we are saying that let us make entrepreneur a course for everybody, it should be. Because whether you are an instructor, if you do not understand where the country is going, we are talking about small modular reactor now. We're talking about developing nuclear. We're talking about going renewable. How are we going to have our instructors prepare or the Tvet prepare the kids to go participate if they have no understanding of those things, where we are going? You know, Lutert has 3 wind turbines producing electricity. How many of our Tvet are training wind technicians? None. How many years? They have been there. Look at how responsive our Tvet are. But right now, look at how many the wind energy is becoming very strategic. But until now, none of our vocational are preparing any of them to go fix the turbines. None. So when you are saying that how do we prepare this kid, it starts with the people in charge of the senders. It starts with the people at the ministry who are developing curriculums. If the people who are developing the curriculums have no basic understanding of commerce in Namibia, if they are not reading NDP 6, if they are not participating in conversation on economic building, they cannot make the kids ready. There is no way. So let us start with the people at the center. Whether we decentralize who's going to make it the curriculum, it is still up to the people who are going to make the curriculum. If they are not well orientated with the economic development plans, they will never prepare the kids for the future, nor employ the right technology.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Jan.
May I have the chance to introduce myself quickly?
Yes.
My name is Jan Naumann. I'm from the Institute Technology and Education of the University of Bremen, Germany. And first I have to say thank you to be able to participate in this conference. And yeah, as Michael told me, you are free to go engage with us via LinkedIn. He wants to reach the number 1,000 on LinkedIn. That's why feel free to go for it. So, most of the things are already carried out. What I can see as a foreigner and as a Namibia lover, unfortunately not a Namibian lover, is what I see, this industry is rising very, very fast. If you look to Literates, it was not Innovent, it was Windwise? No, Innovent. There was a company, they built up these wind turbines. And unfortunately, what you recommended was there is no technician over here in Namibia. All the technicians come from abroad. While this curriculum for this occupation is already there. It's carried out by the Global Wind Organization. It's adaptable direct into the Namibian system. So, and on the other hand, we have much more occupations would be infected by this upcoming industry. So we need maybe a minimum of digital, let me say, literation, you know, that we are able, that even the kids are able to understand what is going on, and the industry will put trust in it. And with the Tvet policy 2021, I think, and the, I wrote it down, the skills development plan 2022 to 2026, it's still there. The framework is still there. So now it comes to the point that we heard so much, we have to come to a point to implement it now. To put this trustworthy in the industry from our side as training institutes and teaching providers.
All right, thank you. And what one can pick up from the conversation is that they are telling us to say the aim of any curriculum is to address societal issues or to provide solution to societal challenges. But what we often do is that we are very good Namibians when it's come to benchmarking. We always go out there to benchmark, but I never saw someone coming to benchmark with us. But that one, a discussion of another day. But the point here is that we normally go to those best countries. We can go to Singapore, we can go to China, Germany, and so on. Then we adopt their curriculum. That's what my panelists are saying. We adopt that curriculum, and we dump it into this country. And little we knew is that that curriculum was to address societal challenges and needs of that particular countries. Now, when we dump it in Namibia, are we having the same challenge as Singapore? Are we having the same challenge as the Germany? No. That's why my brother says from Corihas, I think, VTC, people who go to benchmark must understand the aim of the curriculum as well as understand our societal issues. That takes us to the next question. My dear panelists, how can Tvet systems balance the teaching of technical skills with soft skills such as creativity, adaptability, and problem solving, which are increasingly valued in future workplace? If I may to say it again, how can Tvet systems balance the teaching of technical skills with soft skills such as creativity, adaptability, and problem solving, which increase value or which increasingly valued in the future workplace? And that's very, very important if we can address that question. Yes, it's open.
Okay, I can start. Yeah, we struggle with flexibility. We are very sluggish in everything that we do. And that is where the issue is. If we understand the urgency of how fast we need to move to build our economy, then we will move faster. According to the manifestos that are being circulated around, almost every day we need to create about 1,300 jobs. And if you are going to create 1,300 jobs every day to meet the 500,000 jobs, it means that your people need to be capacitated to be able to do what needs to be done. And it all comes down on how flexible is our Tvet to integrate things. How is the system itself in terms of amending things to make it responsive to the current need? That is key. How flexible is what is currently in system? Can we go to Ongwediva to say, Ongwediva, you have AMTA. AMTA have provided the floor to say, we want to do agro-processing. Anybody in the north who can do agro-processing, we have a floor in AMTA in Ongwediva. So how flexible can the Ongwediva Vocational Training Center start to train people who can actually assemble agro-processing machines? How fast can you do that? So it's about the flexibility of the system itself to change in responses to what the industry are looking for. AMTA is closer to Etunda, is closer to Omsati, they have the floor, we have the electricity. So everything else about responding or about integrating soft and whatever that you're asking, it's all about the system itself, the sender itself, in adjusting to enable such a type of soft skills that are needed or to train those type of people that are needed by the industry. So it's all about the flexibility of the sender and the system itself. So it also comes down to decentralization. Must they ask Windhoek or can they do it in Ongwediva? So that is going to be key on the flexibility.
Okay, yeah. Now, let's look into this before the other colleagues, they come in. The question is aligned to what we observe, to say we have artisans, whether it's in automech, whether it's in construction and so on. And what, if you can allow me to use the term to say, what we observed from our artisans is lack of discipline and financial literacy. They get a tender to build houses in a small town of Otapi or Kangwati. Before even they start, just with the foundation, they are already found themselves in Cape Town doing shopping. You talk of reducing unemployment. Most of them are tenderpreneurs. They employ, but in fact, they enslave those people because they don't pay. What's lacking in them is soft skills. The hard skills, they know. But the question here, how can we balance? Yes, we give them the technical part, but the soft skill is neglected. And that's what the question wants you to address. Yes, we move to Mr. Abraham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Once you miss it, it's okay. You wait for another one.
But before I say this, my senior, we keep saying that they go and do that. But how about we question ourselves? Did we raise them? Did we develop a culture for them to be able to do such? We always look at the young people to say they started doing things. Can we reflect? What did we do to prepare them to be able to respond in such a way?
Yeah, that was the question. That was the question to say. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was the question to say. That's our observation. We find out that we give them the technical skills, but they are lacking soft skills. Then the question was now, as Tvet institution, how do we balance between technical skills, teaching them technical skills and soft skills? That's a question.
Okay, it's comrade moderator. it's a very philosophical question that you're asking, and it's a difficult question to answer, but I'll attempt to answer it. Soft skills are very difficult to train because it's a series of mannerisms, it's a series of characteristics that you develop, you nurture. And if you look at how our training is structured in our training institutions, we've built in those nurturing mechanisms. You've got a series of subjects. When you start with communication, then you move to entrepreneurship, and then we're slowly starting to bring innovation in as well. Now, with just training alone, you can't achieve it. But what you could do is you could supplement. And if you look at things like your will interventions, apprenticeships, where you allow a trainee to go to the job environment, that's where they get to pick up this particular characteristics that you want to develop. But the challenge in making sure that the trainee picks them up is that it will depend on which business they go to. If you send them to a business where there is no discipline, chances are they will not come back with discipline from that particular business. If you send them to a training environment where they are going to be working with instructors or trainers that they themselves don't have discipline, that trainee will not come back to the training institution with the discipline that you are looking for. So it's, to a certain extent, it's up to training institutions, because for these mannerisms to be picked up, for them to be developed, you need to teach them outside the curriculum. Because within the curriculum, if you go through our unit standards, you see soft skills here and there, yes, but if you ask the individual instructors, when you did this training, do you feel that all your trainees have picked up these particular soft skills? They might not have, because it's supposed to be done outside the training environment at businesses. If I look at the trainees that most people don't want to complain about when it comes to these soft skills, they come from one institution. I won't mention the name. And that particular institution has got a very structured training approach. They make the trainees clean every single day, morning and afternoon, mid-afternoon, and when they leave. That particular institution is clean. Clean, 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 clean. You could literally eat from the ground, not the floor, from the ground. And it's because the institution is very intentional. But then when these trainees leave the institution, where they go and get their practical grounding, it's the same approach. And the approach is the same because they are in environments where they cannot be allowed to be ill-disciplined, because someone can die in that particular environment. So you cannot have someone who comes late, someone who comes drunk, someone who doesn't respect time, because if you come late, you come drunk, you don't come on time, someone could possibly die, because it's a very high-risk environment.
Okay.
Now, I'm about to round up. That particular approach could be rolled down, but it's all about how managers of our training institutions, that's why I'm inclined to agree with my brother here to a certain extent, not fully, but to a certain extent, that it's up to management. Management of individual institutions, how we make sure that we inculcate these soft skills in our trainees. Coming back to the concept of the innovation parks or innovation hubs that were presented earlier, that's also another element where young people can pick up these skills. At the same time, they'll pick up soft skills and they'll be able to strengthen their technical skills. But the main thing that we need to remember, colleagues, is that soft skills on their own cannot be trained. It's something that you learn outside the training environment, and it needs to be intentional from the training provider.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Then we can come to Bartholomeus.
Thank you so much, our comrade moderator. And I feel this question is directly to me to be used as an example. To be honest, when I found out EduTech, the experience I had, it was hard skills. And I was lacking soft skills. That's compliment to my director here, Ndagolote, to say soft skills are coming external. These are external forces that you learn, that you pursue outside, being national-wise or being globally. And to be honest, the other thing about this challenging part that we are facing is, number one, to bridge this gap for technical part, the technical skills now, and creativity and adaptability. To induce it, it's unity. For us to unite, will bring varieties of controversy in terms of the challenge that we are currently facing. The word adaptability that we have used, Comrade Moderator, is due to what we are currently facing. What are the challenges? As you said, these challenges, we can only be able to address them through collaborative agendas. And collaborative agendas, I mean, I see the last panelists, they were talking about entrepreneurship. And of course, not all the Tvet trainees are entrepreneurs, although we are giving them that subject, entrepreneurship. You know, so it's more of bringing immersive ideas together so you can make something amicable at the end of the day. And thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norman?
Thank you. I want to take these words of Mr. Nakalute. We know each other since a long time, and you're like a brother from another mother. But at this point, I not agree. To separate the soft skills and say it's not able to learn it at the Tvet Center, it's not right from my point of view. It depends on the methods and the didactics in the VTCs, and as well as the willingness of the teachers to implement it. And it's not belong to the curriculum. This curriculum is, from our point of view, very wide open if it comes to methods and didactics. So, what can we do? And the most of the centers, I was traveling around in Namibia so often and visited these VTCs, a lot of teachers are carrying out classes on this outdating design, like student-centered lessons. These pure students are sitting in these classrooms, the teacher is staying in front and telling them what they have to learn. By using other methods, and it's not have to go to worked integrated learning and so on, you can integrate the learning into the VTCs as well. So with these methods of project learning, what we implemented in the North as well was learn and work assignments, where the students are responsible to take over an assignment of a customer and play the role as an entrepreneur or as a mechanic or as a worker in this company from the beginning up to the end, taking over the work, taking over the wishes of the client, and going up to the delivering of the product. So by changing methods and maybe didactics, and this is where the NAS could be play a role as well as a mentor for these trainers and these institutes. Now I lost my words. I think I'm too fast. So quick and dirty, it's not a matter of a curriculum, it's a matter of the willingness and even of the implementation of new ways. Because maybe new technologies need new ways to implement, new ways to learn, new ways to adapt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then our last question. Our last question. Our last question. Then our last question. This morning, Prof. Van Wyk spoke of digital tools. He spoke of artificial intelligence. And Mr. Isaac and the rest of the panelists were talking of Tvet Hub. Now, our last question reads as follows. How can Tvet institution leverage digital tools, artificial intelligence, and innovation hubs to prepare students for jobs that do not yet exist today? It reads as follows, and let me give the background a bit. To say, Prof. Van Wyk this morning spoke of digital tools. He spoke of artificial intelligence. He spoke of those robots that can follow you and so on. And just here in Windhoek, model at Awasvary, You can go there yourself, you can do shopping, you pay on your own. You don't need a cashier. The machines are there are about 4 of them. Those that are outside going to go to model hours value. If you are swiping, you don't need a cashier. You pick your things, you scan them, you pay if you want plastic, you get your plastics, then you go, without even talking to any person. Now, then the question says now, how can Tvet institutions leverage digital tools, artificial intelligence, and innovation hubs to prepare students for jobs that do not yet exist today? And that question was deduced from Prof. Van Wyck's presentation. He spoke of a lot of things to come and so on. That's why I deduced that question from. Yes? Anyone can start? And let's hope this time we listen to the question, we answer the question, the whole question, nothing but the question.
Okay, can I start? Okay. Thank you so much for this question, Doctor. The main ideology here lies on, of course, we are in 2025, 2 months already to 2026, and I feel we are really behind with technology. Thank you for this question. There was a deficiency in Tvet to say that, no, we cannot use technology here because this is more onto skill area in terms of touching and learning. But of course, we cannot still run away from technology. I mean, iPhone 17 Pro Max was just released last month. So, and let me talk based on my background, automotive mechatronics. A good example lies on Mercedes-Benz. 20 years ago, we used to start the model of Mercedes-Benz with a key or how many multiple of metal keys. Currently, the latest Mercedes-Benz is a push button. Digitalization comes in classes. That is the industry part that I gave an example. Tvet providers can now use digital tools such as simulations, machine learning, to integrate it within their training. The second part, as an example, is we had COVID. During COVID, it was more challenging when most of the people, most of the training institutions, they were even not using digital tools. Why? It's because there's no this provision. And if you have a simulation to simulate to say, look, this is how an engine operates, this is how a lathe machine operates, let's cut or weld digitally. And that's where we believe in, and that's where digitalization brings in. And we are not using it. And I feel within digital tools, training providers are also running away from technology. We have, the government is trying here, in and out. The youth are also trying. Every single business for the youth is intellectual interjection with technology. But why our Tvet providers hesitating to use technology? And that is the main key challenge part that we are currently facing. I'm proud of Nakayala VTC. They introduced blended learning, of course, but still, they need to be assisted. Every single corner of the country, we need technology. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think the key word is in collaboration. If I have to give you the example of electronic learning, we introduced electronic learning to the Tvet sector around 10 years ago. We introduced the digitalization strategy and e-learning strategy for the Tvet sector, for the training sector, around 10 years ago. Today, if I have to ask by a show of hands, how many of the training institutions represented here have got at least a minimum of one training program, just one, being offered in a blended mode, where you've got face-to-face, you've got electronic learning, okay? I'll get one hand, because I know my sector. I know the sector that I oversee. I'm not being brash or arrogant, but I know the sector. Only one. I know that a second one is going to be offering a blended learning program next year, okay? Outside that, there's nothing. And it's because we are very averse or scared of digitalization as a sector. But if we were to engage in partnerships, and partnerships with the industry, with the business community, okay? To make sure that we see how the business community, how industry, how other training providers are using technology. Dr. Christophine, how the other industries are using technology, okay? We would be able to bring that technology into our training institutions as well. The issue of drones, it's something that is very, 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 very important to us because we've got a very strong agricultural sector. And if I look at how my comrade farmers in the Congo area are farming, we are 30, 40, 50, 100 years behind in terms of our farming practices. And we could farm so much better if we relied on drones. We've got big pieces of land. You rely on this young man from the other side, I won't say which country, but from the other side, to do all these manual, difficult tasks, which you could easily do with a drone, okay? And that drone could be monitored by a young man from Enana VTC, a young man from Valombola VTC. They don't necessarily need to be physically there, okay? But because we as instructors, we as training managers, we as managers of our training institutions are scared of technology, it becomes very difficult for us to use the technology in our training approaches. Partner with industry, partner with training institutions. NAST as a training institution, and I speak again with confidence because I spent 8 years of my young life working in this institution called NAST. NAST as an institution has got a very good computer science faculty. Again, partnerships. As training institutions, we partner with NAST, we say, we want to bring digitalization into our training approach. Can you support us? We want to put together a drone. We want to develop a program on drone maintenance, okay? On the interface between the physical and the software. Can you support us as NAST, okay? But because the fear is there, it becomes very difficult to bring technology into the training environment. So we need to destigmatize, we need to break down that fear. When I speak to my instructors, your instructors will tell you that, no, but you know, those things, we are Tvet. Tvet is about doing with the hands. But we need to demystify that. Tvet, where we are today in 2025, there are lots of bloodlines between what you used to have in a university and what you could have now in a training institution. If you look at what Nakayale VTC is doing right now with that level 5 qualification that they're offering using the blended approach, and you look at how institutions like NAST are delivering blended learning, you won't see the difference because they are equal. It's one-to-one. There's no difference because there's no small child and a big child anymore because Tvet is starting to take up its rightful place, but we need to become more agile and open to digitalization methods.
In that order? No, in the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I would say digital tools will make even teaching more easier. The concept is talking about of simulation. You know, now we are saying that the kids need to be taken to the real world. With the digital tools, you can actually create a real world within the room. With simulation, they can literally be like they are with the machine. You don't need to send them to Germany anymore for a Mercedes, no. With digital tools, you can actually introduce them to the real tools within the room. And that make even teaching more easier. So that one is, yes, it is possible. Maybe let me just move to something which now need to happen. You need broadband. For the digital tools to work, you need 5G. I was just gonna, because the answer to all the questions, so yes, it's possible, but you need to complement with the right telecommunication infrastructure to be in place. You know, Angola, you still do not have 5G, you only have 3G. You cannot integrate simulation with 3G. You need 5G. So it is possible, like my colleague said, that it needs collaboration. We need to move faster. If we are going to enable digital tools within our Tvet, the internet The quality of internet and the broadband need really to be top notch, and it will actually save a lot of Tvet, because our kids are struggling to find what are this one where they need to go after every time that you need to go to attachment. You will actually reduce the need for that because they will be exposed to machine within the room. You can just simulate a problem and they can act like they are working with it. So if we can actually collectively work together to make such things happen within a classroom, the kids from the classroom, they'll be prepared already to go and work because they've been exposed to different things within their aspect. So it really needs to be integrated, and it need all the sectors and all the players to come in a room to be able to understand what needs to be done, so that we not only talk about Nakayale, and it's just not about e-training, it's about creating a conducive room where this kid is really exposed to the real world, to the machine. Japan now saying that they want people who are able to fix their hybrid cars. But I have no access to such a hybrid car. I never even seen one, whatever it works. But if they are able to simulate one within a room, how it look like, and for the kid to be trained and to be exposed, it's easier for us to send 3 or 4 kids to Japan instead of going to China and get people who come and do it here. You see how easier is that? So it's really important, but we just need to talk to the right people at the policy level and the budget level to make them understand, because the key is that we have people who are making decisions, but they do not understand what is happening in the room and how far we are going. As I keep saying that, are we reading where we are going? Yes.
All right. So, Norman?
I would say there are no more words to say, but I want to add something. Mr. Nakalute, now we are looking in the same direction again. In this case, we have to make a difference between AI tools we use to teach and AI tools we teach to use. So this is one hand side, this is the other side. In this case, I was looking at this screen over here. You cannot see it, but it's written over there as well. Innovation, partnership, and skills development. These are the 3 key points I'd like to announce now. During these conversations with several people from here at this conference, I realized we have to come to a point, even with the industry, that we not talk about each other, that we start to talk to each other, that we start to implement the needs from both sides. Now, this innovation transfer is not coming from the industry all the time to the Tvet centers. There could be an innovation transfer, as we heard about it, even from smart farming, from the Tvet center into the industry. And this is what we should realize, this both ways. And to address it again to the NAST, or to the research institutes in Namibia, skills forecasting is one of the key points. Before it's too late. The oil and gas industry maybe is coming. Solar is coming in huge steps, and wind energy as well is coming in huge steps. We should start to research for skills forecasting immediately before it's too late, and we have to go to abroad to get this knowledge and implement it here. One more point, and I will finish it, is so often, even during this conference, we talked about skills, study, traveling to abroad countries, to Germany, to South Korea, to China, etc. And you're right, it's a national thing we have to think about. What are the needs of Namibia? And not even only the national ones, maybe there are differences in the regions as well. Therefore, we should start even with the research centers to find out and to implement immediately. And in addition with this digital technology and AI. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I invite 5 questions, from my panelists, as well as Prof. Van Wyk's presentation of this morning, they are telling us that some of us, we might be outdated soon. We are there, you say you are an electrician who can use your hand how to fix things. You are a builder, you can build. Technology will take over. People will no longer climb there to build. They will build using robots. You are there operating. Some of us, in a few years, we might not be employable because
our skills are no more needed. But on a serious note, as Mr. Ndakolute said, and the rest of the panelists, we must introduce digital technology in our institutions or centers. Gone are the days when we believe that Tvet is about hard work. It's about using your hands and, in agriculture we say doing donkey work. Prof taught us to say, there are now machines. Ladies now, they will not visit salons anymore. They go in the machine, the nails are done, 5 minutes they're out. While you'll be there scratching, you will not get that job anymore. 5 questions. Please go straight to the question. Ask, does the question. Prof, let me see indication while Prof is yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for this insightful contributions of AI. I would like to ask the room now, not you, the room. All of you are on Microsoft Teams, right? All of you are on Microsoft Teams. Those who are in teaching practice, teaching, we have 44,000 students that we have to assess every year. We use Microsoft Teams for the last 5 years. So we never drove more than 100 kilometers to our students. We provide the data, 30 gigabytes. So I can assess a student in Ethiopia. I can assess a student because it's on my Microsoft calendar. So please use the tool. Start learning the tool. The student have immediately response, recordings, everything is on the system. We develop an app, an e-assessment app. It's currently used by the medical schools in South Africa. I was part of the architecture. So that app is where you can assess the student immediately. You don't have to go there to the student. You can sit in your office and do it. The same with Microsoft Teams. I want to leave it here. Thank you.
Yes, there were 2 hands. There's one, Dr. Smarter, then Dr. Yes, then one here.
Okay. I wasn't going to ask a question, but there was an element of irrelevant curriculum adoption that was mentioned earlier. Secondly, what did I note down? The relevance of Tvet programs. Okay. Adoption of, this comes in the form of an input. Adoption of international curriculums to a country. They can be localized to the context of the country, relevantly, but only if we have the appropriate skills for us to do the localization. Otherwise, it becomes obsolete. That goes back to the relevance of the Tvet programs that we have today. Are they relevant enough? I'm quite sure if we have paid attention, we would have noticed a few things. One, we are not, Tvet is not about producing people that are supposed to be for employability as such. We are looking for job creators, people that can work on their own, create jobs for others. But the programs that we have, how relevant are they? It took me back to one of the philosophies in school, which I thought the Namibian curriculum is supposed to be based upon. And these two are pragmatism and reconstructionism. Now, let me go back to reconstructionism directly. We need to look at the societal needs of today. Those are the ones that will help us determine the relevant courses or course programs for our Tvet institutions. Somebody there mentioned the lack of research in Tvet, because it is only through research that we are going to be able to identify the needs of society. the Namibian society. So if we want to provide appropriate courses that can instill the skills within the Tvet graduates to create jobs for themselves and others, and also to be employable to some extent, then we need to first analyze the circumstances of our society today. What are the needs? What are the skills lacking? And we should be afraid of AI. That is my last part. Why I say we should be afraid. I have listened and I haven't heard anyone mention the element of 4D printers. I don't know if we haven't heard of them. I thought we should have by now. 4D printers are going to replace people that are making certain items, even ornaments in our homes. Because I can go to a printer that is going to print a vessel for me and I put it in the house. People will be out of jobs. We should be worried. As much as we should adopt it, we should also be worried because some of these things are definitely going to replace us. I think I've said enough. But reconstructionism is what Namibia needs. We must put it in practice. Thank you.
Okay, let's just take dot, then the answer, then we go for the final round. There, and there. Those three ones. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dear delegates, I believe in action because action speaks louder than words. Yeah, Vision 2030 is tomorrow. And so it's just by the door. Most of our curriculum at the moment are not speaking to what we are striving for. And so there's a lot of changes that need to take place. Say teacher training, Tvet teachers training. We are lacking in that area. I'm from the school. Maybe I should start by introducing myself. Mr. Nicanor, a technical teacher at Ochikoto Secondary School in Sumab. I teach pre-vocational subjects and technical subjects. But then we at schools, we have lack of technical teachers. And so we are making use of our Tvet graduates from vocational institutions to teach. Yet they are teaching without qualifications, so they are every time on contract, which is not a good thing. So, but this is because there's lack of teacher training opportunities, I think, in the country. So we need to change somehow because the qualifications that are offered in teacher training, they were at level 6. And so you can complete your level 6 training, yet government will not take you on a permanent basis in our secondary schools. So a lot needs to be changed there. And then there are also some barriers. Some teachers or some technical people want to further their studies through LPL, RPL, so that they can be qualified as somebody. Okay, let me give an example of myself. I want to further my studies into Tvet, but then when I was sent to go for this, they call it what? The training, the test, the trade test. I passed all my subjects, but then I could not write mathematics. Because remember mathematics, some of us, we are coming from there. It's long time, man, it's long time. Just because of mathematics, I'm told you cannot get this qualification, you have to pass that thing, so you continue. People, we know what Namibia needs. I don't need to be a math teacher. Why should I be limited by that mathematics? So I'm saying there's a lot that we need to do. Now in this room, now we understand that really what we want and where we want to go. The question is, can this conference maybe adopt a resolution to say when and who should instruct institutions to maybe just to draw a line and say, enough is enough. Yesterday we have had...
Just round up.
Okay, sorry. Yesterday we have heard of the word C and the double S. Continue with what is right. Stop with what is not right. And then there's another S, I just forgot the name.
Thank you.
Now the question is, can the conference make a resolution to say, institutions, let's start and do what is right? And who has the power to do that? Thank you.
I said we'll now answer, then with the second round, 1, 2, 3, 4. But before they come in, I just want to touch on two things. The first one, I often hear people say, mathematics, science. Can you be a builder without mathematics background? That's the reason why I asked someone to renovate my house, and I asked them, can you calculate for me the materials, the number of bricks that I need? And after that person is done, there's still a pile of bricks there. The pipes are there. Now, while we are there, we are also talking of artificial intelligence. It's you to program a program in a computer. You'll be redundant very soon with your little mathematics. How can you operate a drone? How can you calculate the kilometers, the height? It's like in NDF. When people are asking 35 points, they are saying, no, it's not fair. Gone are the days when people are fighting with guns, physical guns. How can you operate a plane, a war jet for that matter, without able to calculate where to drop that bomb? That mentality must, let's reduce it. I want to be honest with you. With one of my colleagues attended a meeting somewhere, where a land colleague said, he is a lawyer, he don't need mathematics. Why mathematics? I'm a lawyer. How would you argue the case quantitatively in a court? Second thing, in the last conference, we made a resolution to say, there are people outside there, our artisans, who completed their level 3. After the level 3, they go and do an educational qualification for 2 years, level 6. But when they go back to the ministry, they are told you don't qualify because you did not do andragogy, you did pedagogy. If I have a right, I go to prosecute that person. Teaching theory is teaching theory. I'm talking from a teaching background, from a curriculum, as a curriculum specialist. I asked that question to the 2 EDs last year. These are people, you trust someone who just coming from conventional education, taught theoretically, to teach this child. And you don't trust someone who went through practical, certified. These are people who build our houses. These are people who electrify this hall where we are. Please, for God's sake, God will prosecute us, will ask us, and will punish us. Let's answer those questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Comrade Moderator, I think you've done most of the work for us. I don't think we really need to speak that much. But let me start off with the last question, which you addressed there. And you addressed it, I think, very well. And it's the issue of the teachers. It's an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. But we find ourselves in that unfortunate situation because we've got a structure in the public service. And the structure in the public service says that we've got what they call PEMS. I don't know the abbreviation for the PEMS. My brother, the director for Jozonjupa, he's been in the public service longer. Tatendafenongo, he's been in the public service longer than I've. He'll know the definition for PEM. But each job category in the public service has got a description of what the job is supposed to be, and it's got a minimum qualification. And that was designed before we reintroduced pre-voc. Okay? That was designed before we reintroduced the training program at NAST to teach vocational instructors. Now, the unfortunate situation with that is that because you've got the minimum requirement for what a teacher is supposed to be, the instructor who comes with the level 3 qualification and the additional top-up training from NAST, according to that particular description that we've already got in the public service, could not be hired on a full-time basis. And we understand the frustrations from government side. We are busy addressing that. Step 1 in that process of addressing that issue was the workshop that we had 3 weeks ago in Ochuarongo, where we said the key objective of this workshop is to align pre-voc with what I would like to call conventional or formalized vocational training, which we are offering in our training institutions. We are busy with that process to make sure that you don't have that complaint that we are getting there. So that's the first part of my response. The second part is the issue of the mathematics. I've had this complaint about the mathematics for the last 3 days. Every second conversation or every third conversation that I've had is about that particular requirement, because people are complaining that you've got people who are coming in through the RPL window, and they are coming in through the RPL window because their mathematics is not very strong. But the unfortunate situation is that you've got qualifications where the mathematics is needed. You can't run away from that. You need the mathematics, and unfortunately, we have to contend with that particular modality when it comes to that. And then the last one is the issue of the relevance. And I speak from an emotional perspective on the one hand, but then on the other hand, I also have to put on my policy hat because I'm a policy maker. Now, when people say that no, our programs in the Tvet space are not relevant, or there's a question on their relevance, it's something that boggles my mind, because you need to come to me as a person who partially comes from an academic background. You need to qualify that and quantify that when you say that our programs are not relevant. And which programs specifically are you saying are not relevant? Okay? Because when we design our programs as a sector, we go through a process. If the program ends up on the qualifications framework, there is relevance there. Because the NQA, you are basically bashing the NQA to say that no, they are not doing their work, or they are not following their mandate. They would not put a program on the framework if it's not relevant. Be that as it may, as critical stakeholders, if you've got those concerns around the relevance, address them with individual training providers, address them with the regulator, and then point out specifically where you feel the irrelevance is. But for us to say that some programs or our programs in the vocational training space are not relevant, I think that's a very unfortunate assertion. And I've heard it before, but it's a very unfortunate assertion. You've got many programs on the framework right now for vocational education. And to point out one or two that you say are not relevant, I think that becomes very tricky. Finally, there are programs where demand has slowed down nationally. I always point to the issue of bricklaying. Bricklaying, as it stands right now, when you move between training institutions, whether it's private, whether it's public, there's a significant slowdown. In terms of recruitment, they are not able to get the numbers anymore, okay? We are not saying it's not relevant. We are saying that the people who are bricklayers in the country do not feel the need to go and study for 3 years because they've picked up the skills, because it's not an organized sector. It's bricklaying, it's not organized. There's no institution that oversees bricklayers like you've got in other places, like where you've got, like, for instance, with quantity surveyors, where you can't just practice as a quantity surveyor without being registered. Bricklayers don't need to be registered. So I can ask Bartlo and say, okay, I've got a tender to build 100 houses in Okaku. Can you come and build? And he can come and build even though he doesn't have a qualification. So in that particular space, people don't care about getting the qualification because they know that whether I've got the qualification or not, I can go and build, okay? So the qualification is still on the framework, but we're not saying it's no longer relevant. It's just that people don't feel that it's important to go and train because they can get the work with or without the qualification. I submit, Comrade Moderator.
Touch there?
Yeah.
Maybe you can address one just to be a bit
Yes.
in summary. Yeah.
Yes, for me, let me just talk in 120 seconds. For me, I feel the colleagues, because I'm also in the same pool with the colleagues in terms of instructing and training. Number one, let's please not forget that Tvet is engineering, and engineering is also Tvet. Why am I saying this? Of course, deep of the analysis, you need calculations, and we cannot run away from these things. The question that we need to ask ourselves as trainers, as curriculum developers is, how can we bring this approach to give the relevancy to this curriculum? Because many of us also went through the same curriculum, and we are giving the same curriculum whereby the curriculum also needs to go higher, and the colleagues are saying the curriculum must go lower, and we are facing 2030. What are we saying? That is the other part. The other part for relevancy is, this is now falling into two diversion. Of course, the curriculum is relevant, but the curriculum, the main objectives in the curriculum, they must answer to what the industry need. That's why the relevancy, I feel the colleagues did not give much of the justification. And I also feel it because we are currently in assessment, and the question paper for automobile is saying, remove the tire. And the competencies is measured at the pace whereby the main critical of the tire, where it's not really having a lot of marks. Remove the tire, 10 marks. Okay, did you now inspect the tire and brake pads and all those things? 1 mark. Put back the tire without torque settings. It's where the critical, crucial point of the assessment part is. It's low marks, and later on, the person will pass, although the main crucial part of the curriculum is not obtained. That's where the relevancy of the colleagues are, I think, they are mentioning. And I feel it also too, because I'm a trainer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Mr. Norman and Mr. Erastus, just in 30 seconds, so that we can go for the second round.
Yeah, okay. I will say...
Yeah, which question you address? You address the question.
I'm addressing the question of relevance. One mistake that we do, we need to stop meeting in isolation. I'm going to say this. Let us stop meeting without economists. Because when you talk about relevance, relevant to what? Answer this question, relevant to what? You cannot talk about what is relevant if you do not know the direction of your economy. Understand the structure of your economy. We are talking about industrialization. So you as a Tvet, you are aligning to the industrialization agenda of your country. So my advice to the Tvet colleagues, please, you need to stop meeting without economists, because when you're going to talk about relevance, you're going to talk about industrialization. You are meeting the skill set which is required by your industry, by your economy. That is the relevance. It's not about your mathematics or whatever. Engineer from NAST and Tvet can complement each other. The other one draw, the other one implement. So, colleagues, when you are meet with economists, so when you talk about relevance, you are aligning what is the skill set required. That is the most important component I will add.
All right, thank you. I'm sure there are some economists here. They introduce themselves here. But before we start, as I indicated, before we start, I just want to compliment what Mr. Abraham said. The last time I checked the requirement of who should be a teacher in the Namibian education system, the mainstream, they indicated you must have a level 6, a minimum of a level 6 teaching qualification. And this is what our graduates, they are holding. But they are busy addressing that one. Let me start with my sister at the back. Then there, then I come here, and I come here, and here. And please, let's ask the question. If it's a comment, let it be straight. Not introduce yourself. Yes, it might be necessary, but not this time because of time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. My comment and question refers to the matter of soft skills, relevance in credit-bearing context. I appreciate the micro-credential initiative by NQA, and I do believe there's credit in taking the already registered NQF leadership qualifications apart and seeking credit in that. There is a definite assessment approach, a possibility in how to apply soft and interpersonal skills at the workplace. So pertaining to the gentleman on my right, I feel that's a proposal that needs to substitute the minutes of the meeting, that this is a wonderful review opportunity for us as employers or potential training providers.
Yeah, mine is just a quick intervention or observation when it comes to the soft skills. There was a small statement saying that you learn it outside, but sometimes like for example, at the institution, the higher institution, we're deliberately put into groups and to execute group assignments, and then there you learn how to work with groups. So when you go out in the real life, like now when I'm in groups, I know some people will not contribute anything, others will just be talking, others will be doing 80% of the work. So those are some of the skills that we already learned through school assignments. And the other one is now, Dr. Nico was talking about the elephant in the room on a different aspect, but my elephant in the room is the issue of automation, whereby the industry, because of they are also profit-driven, has now opted to automate most of their processes that were usually being done by Tvet graduates. So where does the industry or Tvet sector stand when it comes to preparing trainees for automated jobs? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tateshinde, then the two colleagues here, let's do it first.
Hello. While you are still waiting, let me proceed. Okay, actually my question is going to the Deputy Director. The fear, where we say the instructor is fear to the new development and technology, is it really the fear, or is it the lack of fund in our country? What we have to develop the infrastructure and give even a staff development to our colleagues in Tvet? Because I see, from my side, it's not a fear. We don't have enough fund to bring all the infrastructure where we require to have the new development of new technology in our classroom. And even a staff development, because anyway, when you want to introduce something in your own system, you need to build up your human resource. You cannot say you bring the new system, but you did not even build up or building capacity to your instructor, and you want the people to come and offer the new things what you want. Let's implement the right things, and we can push together in a direction.
All right, thank you. The Deputy Director will answer, but the last time I visited some VTCs, they are fully furnished computer labs. I don't know. Okay, you answer. Tateshinde, then the juniors.
Oh, thank you very much, moderator. Firstly, to pay the rent, I love the energy that you have, and I think keep it up. Can you give me more time? Thank you. Secondly, now I want to address Mr. Ndakalute. I have admired how you've come up the ranks, firstly from Polytechnic, then you went to, I think, Valombola, VTC under the EU Hub, you came to GIZ, now you're in the ministry. I'm really looking up to you. And I still have the faith that you'll make a change. You'll make so many changes. But probably, can you tell us how we can help you? Maybe you don't know that you have so much power. As a deputy director, you can make things happen. But I've seen situations where deputy directors go on autopilot, forgetting that, this NTA that we are blaming, the NQA, you have the power, Mr. Ndakalute, to make things happen. So please, probably in your response, tell us how we can help you. I'm saying us, it's not that I'm possessed, but I'm saying us, me, representing a bigger constituency. My next one goes to you, Jan. You are very educated, very learned, so much experience.
My problem comes when you take people to Germany. You take them in an environment where things are different. And you don't tell them the side effects. You don't tell them what the industry is like, what the people are like. You and I have both worked in Afghanistan. And Afghanistan being a Muslim country, things about religion feature more. You have the experience. At times when you recommend certain things, recommend also the side effects, that in as much as you want this, these are the ills of this system. Dual system, we see, that's, bring it, 100%. But you know that there are some ills in it, that at times our industry is not ready. We've been complaining these last 3 days that, industry come. My conversation with Dr. Lena Kloppers was, but did you not also invite the industry? She said to me, Alpheus, we call them, they don't come. So things like this is what you also should put in your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Junius. Then they can answer shortly, then we can take it from there.
I don't have a question. I just have a clarification because I feel like you have crucified my brother over there. I want to clarify the issue of mathematics. I don't think he's saying mathematics is not needed, but he is referring to a challenge in the Tvet sector currently. So I'll give a bit of history. So there are some VTCs like WVTC, others maybe who may be offering the old curriculum, the 1997 documents. In that curriculum document, it's clearly stated, if you are doing automotive, the mathematics that is applicable to automotive is this one, this one, this one. For each filter antenna, for what, everything is different, except for some topics that may be the same. Maybe geometry applies here and applies to the other. But when it comes to assessment, and I'm not seeing NTA people from assessment, but the center managers are here, and this is very serious. When it comes to assessment, the people will be given one mathematics question paper with, I don't know where the questions came from. They fell from heaven. My students know that when the assessment is not valid, I always say the questions fell from heaven. And that is the mathematics that the students are failing, and it's making them not graduate. It's a very serious. We can be prosecuted for that. On the second point on history, when I joined NTA, how many years ago? 2015, I found qualifications that had nice mathematics applied bricklaying. It was that mathematics of calculating the bricks and the area and the what and the what. And then there was this movement from the center managers and other stakeholders. We don't want that mathematics. It's too shallow. It's what. We want the real mathematics. And that mathematics was removed in the review. And the people put the calculus and the integrations. And that is the mathematics he's referring to. Is making people not to graduate. It's the mathematics that the RPL candidates cannot comprehend and they can't pass it. So he's not saying it's not needed, but which mathematics are we giving? Which science are we giving? Is it that which is applicable to the trades, or we are teaching them pure things like they are up there? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. And you made it clear, but you left us with one question, Dr. Junius. As I'm seated here or standing here, I'm asking myself, who are those people in those key positions of curriculum development, implementation, and assessment? Do we have the right people? You can hate me for that, but I said, is this platform where we have to be honest with one another? Colleagues, you can address the questions.
Okay. Thank you, Comrade Moderator. Maybe before we start, let me apologize to the brother for crucifying him. It was not our intention to crucify him. I think I have to put that on record. I think we are just addressing what Christophine said at the beginning, that it depends which qualification you are doing. The mathematics is different, but then the way it's being implemented now creates a complication that he's seeing. But we apologize if you felt crucified. Tate Wandara, I'll address the issue of fear. And like I said, from me, it's from a place of experience. If you look at capacity development in the Tvet space, the initiatives that have been there when it comes to capacity development, they've been a lot, okay? Especially when it comes to digitalization. We've sent a lot of people on capacity development measures linked to digitalization, okay? But if you look at the return on investment that you've gotten from these initiatives that we've embarked on, whether it's the development partners, whether it's government on its own, the return on investment does not tell you that we've invested this much in digitalization. So it's because the instructors, not everyone, but a lot of instructors are fearful of technology. You train, but for them to stand in front of their learners, their trainees with confidence and use what they've been trained on, you don't get that. And if you speak to the center managers in this room, if they are honest, they'll tell you that this guy was sent to this particular training on Office 365. We send people on training on Moodle, Microsoft Teams as well. Recently, there have been initiatives on AI in Tvet. But then if I go down to the ground and I see whether there is a return on investment, these numerous trainings, you don't see it. I can give you the NAMCOL example, for instance. I'll be bold and give you the NAMCOL example where we paid for around 35 instructors to be trained by NAMCOL on how to create content for the Moodle platform. Instructional design, basically. And from that 35, how many finished? I won't go into those numbers. How many are actually now implementing what they learned in the training institutions? I won't go into that again, but at the heart of it, it's about fear, being judged by my trainees that I feel might be more comfortable with technology than I am. In terms of money being there, colleagues, we said we are going to be honest with each other on the first day. I'm being honest. The Tvet sector in this country, and I'm speaking with confidence, I don't expect any contradiction here. I'll speak with confidence. We have invested significantly from government's perspective. Development partners, we've got several development partners that we've been working with in the Tvet space. You've got the EU, you've got GIZ, you've got JICA, we had Lux Development, we had Millennium Challenge Account, and if we have to enumerate, if we have to put together a budget for how much was pumped in, we are over the billions, okay? But in digitalization, when it comes to the return on investment in the millions that have been pumped in just for digitalization, if you have to be honest, that return is not there. Now, the issue of infrastructure, and I'll quickly wrap up now. The issue of infrastructure, colleagues, I've moved around. I'm one of those ones who I also feel guilty when they talk about, when the moderator was talking about benchmarking that goes nowhere. I've been around, and I've seen what you've got in other countries, okay? If we look at the infrastructure that we've got here in our training institutions, I had the fortunate experience of moving around with colleagues outside Tvet who are coming to Tvet for the first time in June, taking them to all 14 regions, to all our public training institutions. And the colleagues were shocked. Prof. Nyati was shocked when he saw the level of infrastructure that we've got in our training institutions. Because he was like, but how is the level up here, but then the perception out there in the public when it comes to Tvet institutions is like this. So infrastructure, again, colleagues, we are at a different level in terms of infrastructure. Just basic building infrastructure in this country and our training institutions, it's not where we feel maybe it should be, but the infrastructure is good, whether it's digitalization infrastructure. But on the capacity development front, Tate Wandara, we'll continue this conversation maybe during lunch. Maybe we can have a beer. I don't know if you are a beer man. a man like, who likes having these deep, honest conversations over a glass of cognac. We can have a glass of cognac and then we can have this discussion. But we'll disagree until the bottle is finished, unfortunately, on that one. Now, on the issue of Alpheus asked me an honest question, and I gave this honest answer at the symposium that we had, where I said, colleagues, come to us and hold us accountable. As policymakers, as senior policymakers, hold us accountable. If you feel that you can guide us, come to us and give us guidance, give us the support, give us advice. We are open. As employees, as civil servants in the 8th administration, our doors are open. Because we cannot afford to fail, because the sectors that we represent are critical. As a deputy director in Tvet, I represent a sector that is supporting young people. These two young men on my left and the right, okay? They are relying on us as policymakers, making the right decisions every single time. And we don't know everything. So if you feel that you can support us, come. Let's have conversations, but please don't come with problems. Because as policymakers, the problems are enough. I was sitting here on the first day and I had a stack like this, and Jerry asked me about it. What is going on? And I told him about the problem, and it was problems that he himself was dealing with as a CEO, but the problem is still there now. And it's been how many years since Jerry left that CEO role? Okay? Because that's the nature of public service. It's a country that is being led, colleagues. Come to us, let us have the honest conversations. And our promise as civil servants is that we will have the door open. If funds allow, the coffee will be there as well, so that we can have an honest conversation, but the door will always be open. Okay? I think I've done justice to those questions that were thrown my way.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abraham. I think there were two more questions to you, and one question directed to Mr. Yan. Then I will ask my two friends just to do their closing remark, 30 seconds. But first, Mr. Yan, you can answer the question.
So it came from Mr. Schindis, right? Yeah. Let me start with some proverb we have in Germany. These are not old diamonds, what they are shining so bright. Maybe it's just a piece of glass with a drop of rain on it. So you are right, the dual system, it's not the holy grail. But it came up in our society, in our system, historically. It existed since, or it was established or started in the 16th century and was grown up in the system we have now. It's from the 1920s. So you're right. There are a lot of regional and national, let me say, relevant things we have to focus on. Did I answer your question, Alpheus? So we have to take care. Even you were one of the first persons who implemented the CBIT system in Namibia. To implement something from abroad, from outside, and take it as the biggest thing, this thing you need. You don't need anything else. Be aware that could be a trap. Yeah, but you have all the power. Even now with the ministry. Mr. Nicolute grew up in the whole system, and now you're in a position to implement as well. You have the whole power bundled, and what I will not accept, since I'm doing several projects here in Namibia, is there's a population in the size of our capital in Germany. Oh, less than our size of our capital in Germany, and you should be able to sit together, to talk together, even if an invitation of the ministries come during a conference. It will not be happen in Germany, believe me. But use these chances you have and go for it.
All right, thank you so much. Then Mr. Bartholomeus and Mr. Erastus, 30 seconds each.
All right, for me, I feel everything was said already by my seniors here. And all I can say is, although we are facing difficulties and challenges in Tvet, I feel we are really doing too good. And in Tvet, it's just that you will never tell a first person who is performing good in class that you are doing good. You'll never do that. You always find different approaches to keep the same positions. Why I'm saying that is because when I was doing this assignment for UNESCO, UNEVOC, to create e-learning materials for the Western African countries, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, and Togo, I mean, it's because we get much affiliated in terms of goodness here. But please, let's not run away from technology. Because we are too few not to use technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, from the Namibia Chamber of Commerce and Industry perspective is that, colleagues, Tvet is an institution. The progress and the quality of graduate depends on you. And if you are not economically enlightened to understand where the economy is going, you are going to produce as people that we do not from the industry perspective. So it depends on how progressive you are as the instructor. Please read the national document to understand where are we going, what do the industry need. That is very important. But if you can, your mathematics and whatever you have, if you are not economically enlightened to understand where SACU, where SADC, where commerce, where FTA is going, you are going to produce for us the people we do not need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Before two announcements, just a joke to say, let's be careful. Those documents might lead us into interpretation. Let's read them with an academic mind. That's a joke for the day. 2 points. I managed to perform miracles. Yes, because before I was second before lunch. I performed miracle that I'm the last before lunch. This means that when I say we are done, it will be lunchtime. We'll go for lunch after our photo here. Then, colleagues, I'm from a military background. By 1425, we must be seated, so that by 1430, we must start. The last one is a conference. Let's be honest to each other. Thank you. Cameraman, we are here, ready for the photo.